Chapter 23:41. You want me to leave my life behind? He he he. It is rare to see such hospitality from Feng Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Feng Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Feng Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Feng Yuan was determined to obtain these heaven path dream realms. Precisely so, Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Feng Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Feng Yuan must have improved a lot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding, ding, ding. Countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method called 7 kills rainbow. At once, metal paths yellow light, wood paths jade light, water paths light blue light, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green light, and lightning paths dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble. The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon, it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 kills rainbow dissipate like smoke. Feng Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Feng Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Feng Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Tao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Tao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Feng Yuan let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Feng Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Tao marks. Even if Feng Yuan destroyed them, these Tao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Feng Yuan. Without permanence goo, these two moves would not exist, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 2 moves were unheard of by Feng Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Feng Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Chi, Central Restriction White Gold Holy Light Chi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Chi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Chi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Chi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move as well as countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings Rainbow or the current 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, they were both modified by Feng Yuan. If it were the original version, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Feng Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings Rainbow Killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction Profound Light Chi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 killings Rainbow. It showed Feng Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body. She had conflicting down marks when she fought in this 5-colored Profound Light Chi. The stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction Profound Light Chi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Feng Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were at least immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others. Their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction Profound Light Chi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction Profound Light Chi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 restriction Profound Light Chi. The star beasts attacked in groups. They were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Feng Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders. They had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts on a large scale. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But thinking about it, he understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thinking about the countless variant goo immortals in Kray's Demon Cave, they were all created by Limitless Demon Venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, in terms of enlightening legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the 2 heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Feng Yuan speculated about Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. not just the gains from the fusion of the two heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Court's treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Fang Yuan maintained 5 restriction profound light qi while activating sword tongue dragon soul. Countless dragon souls danced and sword qi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attacks slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected. One would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Fang Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the Crazed Demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light Gu focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Fang Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Fang Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi or Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment Star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Fang Yuan's 5 restriction Profound Light Qi and other methods to be ineffective. Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Fang Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Fang Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Fang Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Fang Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now, a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it. They fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Dao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal Killer Move. Year Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese Language. Chapter 2342. This time Shocking Dreams, Soul Sound. This was a combination killer move. It used rank 8 Rule Path Gu, rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Shock Gu, rank 8 Time Path Year Gu, rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, rank 8 Water Path Great Wave Gu, rank 8 Bell Tone Gu, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. It was comparable to a rank 9 killer move. With the amplification of Fang Yuan's Dao marks of corresponding paths, its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke through star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Fang Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Time Path, Dream Path, Water Path, Soul Path, and Sound Path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom Path was easy, but Dream Path was difficult. Even though the relevant Immortal Gu was only rank 7 Dream Armor Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Fang Yuan had an advantage in the Dream Path. He was the number 1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Fang Yuan spent to deduce this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Fang Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Fang Yuan's ear-shocking dream wave soul sound was extremely domineering. It swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Fang Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move ear-shocking dream wave sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She felt that if Fang Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, ear-shocking dream wave soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the Frightening Year Beast. Wherever it went, Frightening Year Gu would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The soul sound withered flower tree was also a rare ancient, desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use wood path resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Fang Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. Especially when Fang Yuan had rank 8 Wisdom Gu, he could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This ear-shocking dream wave soul sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence because it did not contain a rank 9 Immortal Gu, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 Wisdom Gu was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fang Yuan smiled as he got closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Fang Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite. It was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Fang Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 Star Path Immortal Gu, her power would rise sharply and she would be able to resist Fang Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal Gu. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal Gu. Without rank 9 Immortal Gu, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, refinement C, human C, and the incomplete Qian Kuren crystal wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed. Your talent is shocking. This move has great power. It is also mysterious and mystical. It is hard to defend against. But I have a move here. Please take a look. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fang Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves. There were ripples on the surface of the robe. It was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fang Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible, and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light. It had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range. Fang Yuan was directly hit. The emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it. His expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom Path cultivation had three main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom Path Dao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom Path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom Path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle. It could not be considered an attack. It could not trigger Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 Wisdom Path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Goo, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her Wisdom Path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Goo's methods were still too weak. They could not resist it. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's level was high enough. It had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice. That was to continue using this year-shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound Killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Gu Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured Heavenly Secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Web Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fang Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fang Yuan did not expose his rank 9 Immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, They were concealed by obscured heavenly secret. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fang Yuan to use rank 9 heavenly webgu. Because of this, obscured heavenly secret had to bear a huge burden. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fang Yuan's ear-shocking dream turbulent soul sound, but Fang Yuan resisted her mental state killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star constellation Immortal Venerable. He only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did it weaken providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing. After this attempt, he understood that providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path Dream Realms. They were hard to differentiate. His wisdom path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Ming Qiuzhan to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path Dream Realms right under her nose. Giant Son, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path Dream Realms and gets stronger? Star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable Gu reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month, my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone. Please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two Venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Fang Yuan would not be able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Fang Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Fang Yuan in secret. Of course he had good intentions. Firstly, Fang Yuan was too weak. It was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other. So he wanted to help Feng Yuan and maintain the situation of the two Venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed. My immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between Venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision, but he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan fought, Feng Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Feng Yuan was last in refining Dao marks. Even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two Venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dreamwave Soul Sound left a deep impression on him. Feng Yuan used the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Feng Yuan could win. When the killer move Shocking Year Dreamwave Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Feng Yuan's background. The reason? Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Dao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of Heaven and Earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of Heaven and Earth as the core. It seems that Feng Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal goo after all. He had to use a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Feng Yuan had the most secluded domains of Heaven and Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of Heaven and Earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Feng Yuan's Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Feng Yuan actually resisted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated a Wisdom Path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Feng Yuan to have defensive methods that could block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Feng Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Feng Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Feng Yuan has such deep attainment in Wisdom Path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Feng Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Feng Yuan had Thieving Heaven's secret and Wisdom Goo. With the advantage of the sovereign immortal body, compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that Venerable ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Feng Yuan felt terrified. Things like this year's Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Heavenly Web Retraction, and so on were only a portion of Feng Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Feng Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Feng Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of Thieving Heaven's secret. Of course, the rank 8 Wisdom Goo also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Fang Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Fang Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly. I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm. You want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger? Does Giant Sun Immortal not know? Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a venerable in the shortest time. He did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Dao did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing star constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was, he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? In Giant Sun Immortal's view, Fang Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Fang Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Fang Yuan. He stood on star constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. Why? Because Fang Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and star constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Fang Yuan, the weakest venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make star constellation and Fang Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Fang Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Fang Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting one against two. Of course, this was under the condition that Fang Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance leader's situation is not good. Good. This demon Fang Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me. They are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Gu Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Fang Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled, killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Fang Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two Venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Fang Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two Venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Fang Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhan had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Fang Yuan only needed to maintain this situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air, and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Fang Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two Venerables. But he could not kill them. So what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the five regions Gu immortals, Feng Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Feng Yuan lost today, the five regions Gu immortals could not defeat Feng Yuan. They still feared and respected Feng Yuan. As long as Feng Yuan did not die, who could Feng clan, the two heavens grotto heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Feng Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Feng Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between venerables. Even if Feng Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiujian gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Feng Yuan up, as long as Feng Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Feng Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the two venerables could not force back Feng Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back? Sukamegent Sun, Immortal snorted coldly. Star Constellation, are you not holding back? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. I will prepare a killer move to find Feng Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him. Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. Then I will break Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Chapter 23:44. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards, so that Star Constellation and Feng Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Feng Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. Feng Yuan, take this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck, before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Feng Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Feng Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there, following the clues and tracing back to the source. This lingering waste luck found its way to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Feng Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Feng Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed instead. He used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move Accumulated Weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Feng Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Accumulated Gravity Retraction killer move. It returned to Feng Yuan. After repeating this several times, The power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did star constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with reverse flow protection seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, star constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented reverse flow protection seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then I, the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move Wasted Luck killer move was getting stronger, even if reverse flow protection seal could reflect it, the scale of reverse flow river was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Fang Yuan's reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Reverse flow protection seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Fang Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack reverse flow protection seal, causing reverse flow river to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring reverse flow river. Fang Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Fang Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Path, or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Fang Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Fang Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Fang Yuan saw this and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he canceled Reverse Flow Protection Seal and only used Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Fang Yuan's clone Meng Qiuzhan entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, his vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink, doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiuzhan was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wu Xie, Meng Qiuzhan came prepared. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhan tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret. This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Gu Dream Butterfly as the core and was modified from Exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream Realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream Realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhan activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next 2 earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from Exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Gu Cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhan started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away. The rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhan stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the Earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhan mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts. He only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream Realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhan's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhan's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhan calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate Beast Calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the Blessed Land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhan. Meng Qiuzhan was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhan did not show any fear. He smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the 4-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature. It became even more berserk. Its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhan. Meng Qiuzhan was prepared. He did not run on the ground. He entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble. Even though the 4-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant. It was always blocked outside. Even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhan. Meng Qiuzhan was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. Gu immortals were not land spirits. Even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation, he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area. Only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Gu immortal after they died. They were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture. The Gu immortal's obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Feng Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao immortal Gu and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin. One could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhan did not have any injuries, but the 4-armed ape was heavily injured. It died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhan used wind and rain to make its flesh rot. Its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts. Then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhan opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhan nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the 4-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply. Meng Qiuzhan's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhan used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water. The underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhan let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dalmarks. The remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dalmarks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious. It could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rockmen, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The Blessed Land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhan investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the Strength Path calamity, the 4-armed ape, the second was the Fire Path calamity, the third was the Transformation Path calamity, the Flying Fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhan knew that this dream realm Blessed Land's calamities were not mainly Earth Path. Using Earth Path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhan immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu Masters advanced to Immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhan had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked Strength Path Dalmarks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trench's cave to kill the 4-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhan would not have earth spikes, and the 4-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain Strength Path Dalmarks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhan quickly killed the 4-armed ape. But because of conflicting Dalmarks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the Strength Path Dalmarks. Thankfully, this portion of Strength Path Dalmarks was enough. Meng Qiuzhan successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhan chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the Strength Path Dalmarks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have Fire Path Dalmarks. This made Meng Qiuzhan very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiuzhan went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. Comto, be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhan could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This Dream Realm Blessed Land did not have Space Path Dalmarks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhan could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhan finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the Fire Path Tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone island sank. The edges reached deep into the water. The middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though this dream realm blessed land had light path Dao marks, they were few in scale. Thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiuzhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move. After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Dao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path Dao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Dao marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path Dao marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly. There were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky. There were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat with magma, it is like geothermal heat. I can still use it. Meng Qiuzhen only needed to use the strength path Dao marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. He had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path Dao marks or sound path Dao marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path Dao marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. Gu cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the Gu immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would Path Killer move Fleeting Bloom could imitate the power of Time Path. For example, Bai Xiang was an Ice and Snow Path Killer move, but it had the power of Transformation Path. For example, Tossing Rock to Seek Path Killer move was an Earth Path Killer move, but it had the effect of Information Path. After comprehending this, a portion of the Dream Realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Meng Qiuzhen's Heaven Path attainment level rose a little. His main body and other clones also advanced together. Meng Qiuzhen recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the Dao marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Meng Qiuzhen's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path Dao marks, continuously scattering them. If Meng Qiuzhen had complete control over earth path Dao marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth. but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules. If he wanted to crush rocks, he had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Meng Qiuzhan quickly thought of turning sand goo. This goo worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were fire path, water path, refinement path, and poison path. All of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Meng Qiuzhan's perception of killer moves and goo worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind. They were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his heaven path attainment level rise. The heaven path dream realm was different from the previous dream realms. To absorb the true meaning of the heaven path dream realm, while developing the dream realm blessed land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The human path dream realm that Feng Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the heaven path dream realm was only to maintain close contact with the heaven path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a heaven path dream realm. It is separated from the human body. Meng Qiuzhan thought about it, when suddenly, the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely. The lake water was overturned. The rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhan's expression changed. The dream realm suddenly became chaotic. He felt a huge pressure. Meng Qiuzhan quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Meng Qiuzhan's face was pale. He was glad that he had dream armor goo and chose to explore the heaven path dream realm of a medium scale. He was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the heaven path dream realm. It is the power of the outside world. It is likely a Venerable's doing. Meng Qiuzhan guessed in his mind. He looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. Sigh. I hope the main body can protect me. Chapter 2346. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a wisdom path killer move, but a large number of dream path mortal goo were used to imitate the power of dream path. It could affect dream realms. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight. But most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's dream path mortal goo was only a key. The true method was wisdom path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used wisdom path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous human path dream realm or the current heaven path dream realm, they both contained human will, human feelings, or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiuzhan, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiuzhan escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star constellation Immortal Venerable retreated. While avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks, she observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiuzhan returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiuzhan was still alive. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this chaotic will scatter dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the dream Tao that restricted her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have a mortal goo, and only used a large number of dream path mortal goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying wisdom path foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie, who were trapped in the Heavenly Axiom's dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiuzhan, but chaotic while scattering dream needed to be used continuously. If Feng Yuan interfered with her, star constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Feng Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give star constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The giant sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Feng Yuan's main focus was on star constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing giant sun's attacks, he could only try to dodge. Giant sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Feng Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan originally had reverse flow protection seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering luck waste killer move was too annoying. He cancelled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Feng Yuan's Heaven Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Feng Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Feng Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two Venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Feng Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Feng Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Feng Yuan made such a huge concession. It was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger, he transmitted. Feng Yuan, you are too humble. You are probably the strongest of the 3 Venerables. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine. Feng Yuan quickly said, this is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Citywell is the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now. How can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me and let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits? Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Feng Yuan is trying his best to persuade me. He is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence. These killer moves are very powerful. How can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Feng Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Feng Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, These heaven path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The three Venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen? Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, I agree with Star Constellation's words. But, saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her blood path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two Venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two Venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Feng Yuan shouted, You forced me to do this. Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two Venerables were stunned. Their expressions changed as they understood Feng Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two Venerables lacked tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, releasing Feng Yuan's space. Feng Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks. He immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two Venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two Venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions. They did not show any openings like before. But this way, Feng Yuan had the initiative instead. The two Venerables could not help but feel frustrated, because Feng Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three Venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan had sinister intentions. He wanted to anger this Venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while. The two Venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Feng Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated. He was more like a soul beast than a Venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were. As long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. During this period of time, his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer in his weakened state. The three Venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce. He even used killer moves from time to time. The three Venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic. They had to fight each other again. The battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Feng Yuan. He finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Yuan secretly activated two obscured heavenly secret killer moves. His aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The four Venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group. As long as it did not involve Dream Path, the Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They attacked the other three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Meng Qiuzhan. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception. It was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, star constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She was skilled in scheming. The chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that star constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding heavenly Tao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Fang Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of star constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Fang Yuan, well done, Fang Yuan. So that's it. Chapter 2347. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move was countered. Fang Yuan had the idea of modifying ghostly concealment. After that, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, he modified ghostly concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly concealment was rank 9 to begin with. It had not been modified much. But after adding in the Heaven Path goo worms, the method to deal with ghostly concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Different from obscured Heavenly Secret, Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method. This shows Fang Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Fang Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Fang Yuan cultivates all paths. Once he succeeds in Heaven Path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths. The results will be unpredictable. He was moved by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His attacks against Fang Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Fang Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Fang Yuan to disrupt Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use Chaotic while scattering Dream many times, but she was chased by Fang Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Fang Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked. He became even more furious. He unleashed a torrent of attacks. He treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side. He ignored Fang Yuan, who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy. She asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced. His countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog. His ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog. The golden fog dissipated but was quickly replenished. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But star constellation Immortal Venerable knew this. Even if spectral soul demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Feng Yuan sighed. He had no choice but to attack again. He used another trump card. Immortal killer move. Permetha Dragon Snake, Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Feng Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain. 100 thick, black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken. He suffered a backlash. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected. The chaotic while scattering dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Feng Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured. He thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura, the core, is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Her eyes flickered with starlight. She wanted to see through Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him. She could not see through it. After using this move, Feng Yuan immediately became exhausted. He did not attack anymore. He looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use Year's Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 Dream Armor Immortal Gu to Ming Qiuzhan. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake, Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and goo worms involved. Feng Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments but still failed. Ming Qiuzhan continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Feng Yuan's main body. Even though Feng Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake, Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two Venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed. The heavenly wind chi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions. It was easy for the 5 regions Gu Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Feng Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and worried. Some scolded Feng Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it! If my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful Blood Path killer move. Why would I be afraid of Feng Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. The suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit. He finally used his full strength. Luck Path killer move. All living beings of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling. It stood in the sky. It was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light. His arms and legs were spread out. He was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind. He screamed continuously. His expression was twisted and his veins were bulging. He seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Feng Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power. Even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His muscles bulged and his golden hair danced in the wind. His entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. His gaze was so sharp that even star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned. Star constellation, don't blame me. This move has a huge range. It covers the whole 5 regions. You cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything. The black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain. That layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked. Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Feng Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Feng Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with star constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Feng Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range. It directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect. It affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Feng Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web. His luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Luck Path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal. It was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Feng Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhan. After activating all living beings of heaven and earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Feng Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, Giant Sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Feng Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Feng Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star Constellation, you have a good plan. You let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my Dream Path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Feng Yuan, since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Feng Yuan replied calmly. Star Constellation, you are more skillful. You predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Feng Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking. Especially his defensive methods. Even the 2 Venerables could not see through them. But even after the 2 Venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Feng Yuan revealing any more methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Feng Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, Star Constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound. It is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. At the same time, Central Continent. Outside the starry sky calculation formation, Chi-Si Ancestor slowly appeared. Rumble. A chi path killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Chi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Chapter 23:48. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral soul demon Venerable, who was burning with blue eerie fire, could never replace the sun. Because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhongzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Chi-Si Ancestor's sleeves fluttered. He had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Feng Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Feng Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the starry sky actuarial array. There were many Gu immortals guarding this place. Because the starry sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged many Gu immortals here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also knew that the starry sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other Venerables. It was currently the weakness of the Celestial Court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Chi-Si Ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Feng Yuan's Dragonman clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shuai, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star Constellation's will in the embroidered building was about to give the order, but suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating Gu immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression. Jean Budu has appeared. He's attacking from the south, and he's heading straight for me. Jean Budu? Star Constellations will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the starry sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star Constellations will sighed. Feng Yuan could revive Gu immortals. They had already obtained clues from Feng Clan. The resurrection of Jean Budu did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Chi-Si Ancestor and Jean Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the Celestial Court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qing Chou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor City. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor City was even more important than the starry sky calculation array. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Chi-Si and Jean Budu. Feng Yuan can revive Gu immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the star constellations will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array and not rashly counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will personally control the starry sky calculation formation. Starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Chi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Jean Budu was thick-skinned. He opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed. Chi-Si Ancestor, Wu Shuai, and Jean Budu's vision changed. They were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is Star Constellation chessboard? This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of Star Constellation chessboard. Not just that, embroidered tower might be helping it as well. Feng Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, The sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to embroidered tower and star constellation chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Chi-Si ancestor's heart sank. The other two immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral heaven. The fight between the four venerables continued. Feng Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements. But Feng Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings, world, self-centered was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that, when this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array, but she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Feng Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Feng Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the two venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Feng Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhan. Feng Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Feng Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Feng Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Feng Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Feng Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Feng Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic, but had great effect. The four venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Feng Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself. Thus, he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral soul demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Feng Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily? Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully. This move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question. How long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal said again. This move has already been used. No need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Feng Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%. Its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall. Its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellation's will was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Feng Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly, an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Chi-Si Ancestor and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star Constellation's will's expression changed. It turned out that be the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods. They were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path. It was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered star constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield. It absorbed and repelled Star Constellation's will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star Constellation's will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Feng Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed. They immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later, with a loud sound, Feng Yuan's clones' vision changed. They returned to Central Continent sky. A small part of Star Constellation chessboard was destroyed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will quickly stored it in Embroidered Tower. Chapter 2349. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Swoosh. The 7 Killings Rainbow arrived. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Feng Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. This had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before. Seeing that Giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was ambushed. He gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star Constellation, distract the Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I will capture Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not engage in a stalemate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Instead, she left behind a star form phantom while her true body moved. The star form phantom was instantly destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable. The latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again. He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, why are you doing this? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? This? Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, Star Constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path? Fortune and misfortune come together? This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was not destroyed. This is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune. This small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. Using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune? Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean? The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the celestial courts, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the Giant Sun Immortal could still be trusted, especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single Venerable could not deal with Feng Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not watch as Feng Yuan absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm. Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Chi-Si ancestors stirred up countless air currents. It was hard to defend against them. Jean Budu charged forward like a dragon. Nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire Starry Sky Calculation Formation. Star Constellations will an Embroidered Tower tried to repair Star Constellation chessboard while manipulating Embroidered Tower to help the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Feng Yuan would not have watched Star Constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with Embroidered Tower's help and the Gu Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Feng Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal Gu. My ants cannot invade them. They are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Chi-Si Ancestor and Zhanbu Du both tried to do it but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight. They were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Feng Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions. The starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Jean Budu shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation. He was good at charging at the front lines. He was not skilled in other aspects. Chi-Si Ancestor also frowned. In this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed Star Constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size. Its aura and radiance dimmed greatly. 60% of it was used. Only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun, Immortal's Egg Yolk Killer move? Chi-Si Ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones, arranging a battle tactic. Jean Budu and Wu Shuai attracted Star Constellation's will. Chi-Si Ancestor successfully used his Chi Path Giant Hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhang Ji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star Constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered Tower shot out countless Dao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pill jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the goo worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pill jade. They became chaotic. Zhang Jigong wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Fang Yuan's 3 clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other goo worms. These mortal goo were either destroyed or destroyed. It was not a big deal. As long as the immortal goo in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal goo shook and were destroyed. All sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal goo in the formation core. Zhang Ji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal goo in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core's formation core immortal goo were all complete. They were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else. She could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again. Calm down. Stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. This move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone. Its power has already dissipated. It has completely vanished. How will it develop? How will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily. Even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless. They have already started to affect the world and all living beings. Everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly. She was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes. Flying Yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing. This move was truly out of the norm. It was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history. It was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, star constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow pill jade vanished. He relaxed as he thought. Even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables. It is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently. Thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan. Instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the starry sky calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness. They started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the starry sky calculation formation was perfect and flawless. Fang Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough. They created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhang Ji's side and started healing him. Zhang Ji was very dejected. He coughed out blood as he blamed himself. I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing. I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request. I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him. This is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. It is not your fault. Zhang Ji still had a look of disbelief on his face. This Luck Path killer move is truly strange. It can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Gu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These two variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core immortal goo. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation were destroyed by Feng Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu immortal came to his side. This was a formation path grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core immortal Gu was destroyed, this Gu immortal formation path grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core immortal Gu for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu immortals of central continents, 10 great sects, had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. Chapter 2350. The formation path grandmaster calculated with all his strength. After a while, his face turned pale and he was covered in sweat. To repair this formation core, we need 500 kilograms of the rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand. Zhang Ji's heart sank. Heavy sand was Western Desert specialty. It could not be produced in the other 4 regions. Now that they needed such a huge amount of heavy sand, how could they gather it? Zhang Ji was worried when the formation path grandmaster let out a breath of air, saying, "The heavy sand will be replenished by Celestial Court's immortal treasury, but we need someone to enter spectral heaven and inject at least 250 kilograms of heavy sand from top to bottom. By then, we will be inside the formation and coordinate with them. We will be able to repair the formation core." "I'll go," Zhang Ji immediately said. The formation path grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed. Your battle strength is too weak. If you leave the formation now, you will be easily killed by those 3 demons. The 3 demons will also be able to find the vague location of the space inside the formation." "What should we do?" Zhang Ji sighed bitterly. The formation path grandmaster was slightly dazed. He received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders and said, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will arrange them personally. Zhang Ji, use this time to heal your injuries. I will go to the next formation core and decide on the method to repair it." Saying so, the formation path grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhang Ji looked at his back as he looked around, only to see that the formation space was in chaos. The Gu immortals guarding here were all extremely busy. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables here, Feng Yuan's 3 clones still gave them huge pressure. Zhang Ji felt his own weakness deeply. He sighed helplessly as he used this time to heal his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's headquarters, the Blessed Land. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the #1 Gu immortal in Western Desert, Lin Jianqing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish immortal friend Juling a smooth journey." Lin Jianqing smiled. Celestial Court wanted to take Lin Jianqing's body to quickly refine Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. 9 spiritual fairy and the other 4 Celestial Court Gu immortals attacked Lin Jianqing but suffered a crushing defeat. 9 spiritual fairy was captured by Lin Jianqing because she brought up the rear. But at this moment, she was personally released by Lin Jianqing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was grim. Even though she regained her freedom, she did not feel any joy. She stared at Lin Jianqing and asked, "What did the Celestial Court pay to redeem me?" Lin Jianqing did not conceal it, he said frankly. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable values you greatly. I mustered my courage and offered a price. I was lucky enough to obtain 11 desolate sword leaf trees. 8 desolate sword leaf tree. 9 spiritual fairies' mood turned even heavier. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees had a huge origin. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an immemorial desolate plant created by the Venerable One. It was not a natural product of nature. The 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained dense wood path Dao marks, but its roots were in a metal path immortal material mine. The leaves it produced were pure sword path rank 8 immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had nurtured them personally, but he only left 20 of them for the celestial court. A portion of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were used in the following days. Only these 11 trees were left, and now, Lin Jianqing had obtained them all. Lin Jianqing escorted her all the way to the intersection of the regional walls of Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains before stopping and watching 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. My negotiations with star constellations will have been in a deadlock. To think that star constellations will suddenly relented and was willing to give me 11 desolate sword leaf trees. But apart from releasing 9 spiritual fairy, I also want 100 kilograms of heavy sand. I obtained these 11 desolate sword leaf trees. They were truly beneficial. My earlier guess was not wrong. As long as I comprehend them properly, I can recreate the scene of the sword forest in the future. The celestial court is a huge force after all. It has an extremely deep foundation. Even after multiple losses, it still has a foundation that other super forces cannot compare to. It is a pity that in the previous battle, I only captured 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have asked for more cultivation resources from the celestial court. Fate Gu's destruction had a profound effect on the world and on Gu cultivators. The celestial court had an immortal graveyard. Gu immortals could revive after dying in battle. Thus, seeking death and not preserving their lives was a correct tactic. Fang Yuan was even more excessive in this regard. He purposely revived Gu immortals as Gu masters and made them undergo immortal ascension again, using the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret to gain the greatest benefits. Thus, Lin Jianqing killed a member of the celestial court, but it did not amount to enmity. He could revive anyway. Instead, he captured 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from seeking death. He became a problem for the celestial court. After a long negotiation, the celestial court finally redeemed this captive, allowing Lin Jianqing to get what he wanted. It is a pity that even though my sword path is strong in offense, it is not proficient in restraining and capturing. Sigh, this world is different from the rest. Originally, heaven and earth focused on cultivation methods, but this place focuses on Gu worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. Now that the Venerables are confronting each other, it is suitable for my Lin clan to expand. If I wait until the Venerables decide the victor, I, Lin Jianqing, would not be able to become a sword path Venerable. I would probably have to submit to them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction was not wrong. Lin Jianqing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his original world, he was the leader of a sword path sect. He was also called an ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was an ambitious person who had seen through the ways of the world. Thus, after Lin Jianqing defeated the 5 immortals of the celestial court, he did not explain himself. He was happy that people thought he was a demonic path force. He was a sword path pseudo-venerable. What did he have to fear? Did he have to fear other Western Desert super forces? What a joke. Thus, the ones who wanted Lin Jianqing to clarify that he and Lin Clan were righteous path forces were these Western Desert super forces. This way, Lin Clan would be restricted by the righteous path super forces, unable to act freely. But so what if he clarified himself? Wasn't Lin Clan previously a righteous path super force? But if the celestial court wanted to attack them, they could. The latter was the number 1 righteous path super force in the world. On the contrary, becoming a demonic path was more suitable for Lin Clan to annex and expand. Of course, Lin Jianqing could not resist the attacks of Venerables. But if he could not resist, did he have to give up? In Lin Jianqing's mind, there was no such logic. Precisely because he was weak, he could do his best to become stronger, to become an expert. Precisely because he would be bullied, he had to grab onto any hope to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianqing thought like this, and also acted like this. He had already made ample mental preparations. Even if a Venerable came to deal with him in the future, he would bear the consequences. As long as he could preserve his life, he would join another Venerable. Perhaps he could even turn his misfortune into fortune, obtaining the Venerable's support and achieving greater things. After Lin Jianxing sent off 9 spiritual fairy, he did not return to his headquarters, but continued to head north, deep into northern plains. He concealed himself and flew swiftly. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area of the Flower Forest. Flower Forest Forbidden Area was one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains. Countless mushrooms grew inside. These mushrooms were as large as trees, forming a vast forest. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the forest. Their fragrance permeated the air, forming a dense fog. Every time the moon was full and night fell, the fragrant fog would condense and turn into liquid that flowed around the roots of the mushroom trees. The fragrance flowed and nourished these mushroom trees, allowing them to grow even stronger. Like other forbidden areas, there were countless desolate beast groups living here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Zui Hui had been hiding in Flower Forest Forbidden Area for the last few days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It could enter the forbidden area and settle down. It was much more convenient and suitable than Gu immortals. Zui Hui was hiding in Flower Forest. He had his own motives. He was after none other than Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned in Longevity Heaven. He wanted to save the latter. And Flower Forest Forbidden Area was a rare Northern Plains forbidden area. Not only could it hide him, it was also the closest to Longevity Heaven. I am going. I will have to rely on you too now. Don't think of escaping. I have my methods on you. You do not have Huangjin bloodline. Who can save you? Before Zui Hui left, he did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang. These 2 Gu immortals were unlucky people. They wanted to leave Northern Plains and go to Western Desert to develop, but they were kidnapped by Zui Hui and brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area was extremely dangerous. With their strength, they could not escape. If not for Zui Hui's protection, they would not even survive a day in this forbidden area. Of course not. Our lives are in your hands. We will do our best. We will not slack off. Facing Zui Hui's warning, Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zui Hui snorted coldly. Its huge body turned into a pool of black liquid. It drilled into the ground and vanished. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless. They could only follow Zui Hui's instructions. They stepped into an immortal formation and slowly activated it. The immortal formation's power slowly seeped out. The entire process was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, the immemorial desolate beast groups around Flower Forest Forbidden Area started to become restless, especially when Zui Hui had done something to the beast leaders, but they did not notice it. Most Gu immortals could not do this. Zui Hui was a legendary Dark Path immemorial desolate beast. It could be said to be the #1 Dark Path Gu cultivator. It used all of its methods. Not long after, the immemorial beast groups started to roar in anger. The beast groups lacked intelligence. They were wary of each other and influenced each other. Soon, they started to riot. Groups of immemorial beast groups started to move under the influence of the immortal formation. They completely disrupted the order of the entire forbidden area, creating a huge beast tide. This wave of beasts broke through the borders of the forbidden flower forest and swept towards the nearby golden tribes. The Huangjin tribes were shocked. They quickly reported to Longevity Heaven and asked for reinforcements. In this situation, Lin Jianxing arrived above Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Chapter 2351. Long before the Huangjin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the disturbance in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Longevity Heaven was guarded by Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan discussed with Yao Huang and the 8 extremities. The disturbance in the forbidden area is no small matter. We need to save it. In my opinion, we need to find out the reason for the disturbance. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven was formed. Light path weakened while dark path flourished. And the flower forest forbidden area itself has abundant dark path Dao marks. After discussing for a while, Bing Sichuan personally went to investigate the forbidden area, while the rest continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Sichuan had a time path killer move that could trace back to the past and see the truth of the past. Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance opened. Bing Sichuan's body turned into a flash of cold light as he flew down towards the flower forest forbidden area. Meanwhile, Zhuyi Hui was already hiding in spectral heaven, near the entrance of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture. He watched as the entrance opened and closed. He did not move. The opening of the entrance was a good opportunity to enter and exit the grotto heaven, but it was very eye-catching. Even if Zhuyi Hui had concealment methods, he could not do that. Every time the immortal aperture's entrance opened, the Gu immortals in the immortal aperture would be the most concerned about it. If Zhuyi Hui did that, he would be exposing himself. He would be looking for trouble. He would not care about Bing Sichuan at all. Zhuyi Hui did not want to fight him head-on. Even though he was a great legendary immemorial beast, compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal, he was nothing. From start to finish, he had never thought of going in to save Yu Tianguang. Saving people was a technical skill. If he tried to do it forcefully, he might end up getting himself killed instead. Zhuyi Hui continued to conceal himself as he activated his killer move. This is a rare opportunity. Giant Sun Immortal is fighting the other 3 Venerables. He has no time to spare. Flower Forest Forbidden Area has also lured out a rank 8 expert. The location of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance has also been exposed. I need to hurry. Zhuyi Hui and Yu Tianguang had a mystical connection. Using this connection, Zhuyi Hui's dark path killer moves started to show their effects. Within Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly sensing something, Yu Tianguang lowered his head and looked at his heart. After that, he came to his senses, raised his head, roared, and started to struggle fiercely. The Calamity Luck Altar shook continuously. The members of the 8 extremities were standing guard outside. Seeing this, they quickly acted and suppressed Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang, you've tried so many times, but you still don't understand that you can't break free from Calamity Luck Altar by yourself? Surrender to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you pledge allegiance to my Longevity Heaven, you will receive the protection of the Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang shouted, "Return my rank 9 light Gu." The 8 extremities urged again. Blessed heavenly light. Light Gu has always been wild. It is currently residing in your body. How can it be yours? Not bad. Our Giant Sun Immortal fought against 2 Venerables to obtain this Gu. It belongs to my Longevity Heaven. You should thank our Lord Immortal Venerable and Crown Prince. If not for them, you might have died to Star Constellation or Feng Yuan already. Yu Tianguang's aura weakened from the suppression, but he still shouted, "Return my light Gu. I will consider surrendering." The 8 extremities looked at each other. They shook their heads and increased the suppression of Calamity Luck Altar. In the end, Yu Tianguang was filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. His strength was exhausted, and he was suppressed. But this time, he had a new hope. "Brother, I am here to save you. We need to plan properly." A lump of black liquid appeared in Yu Tianguang's heart. It turned into a tiny Zhuyi Hui. Zhuyi Hui paused before continuing. "This killer move of mine has been modified. It will accumulate strength in your body. When it accumulates enough, you can use my strength to burst forth. When the time comes, I'll cooperate with you outside the Longevity Heaven and create an opening together." Yu Tianguang was not assured. Giant Sun Immortal is not to be underestimated. Pay attention to him. Don't get yourself killed. Zhuyi Hui told Yu Tianguang about the situation. Yu Tianguang was overjoyed. The 4 Venerables will fight for a long time. This is the best chance for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area only drew out Bing Sichuan. Longevity Heaven is probably being cautious against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is already beyond recognition. Zhuyi Hui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts communicated secretly. No one in Longevity Heaven noticed them. Back to the day, Bing Sichuan left Longevity Heaven and flew towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. He investigated along the way. getting closer to the location where Zui Yi Hui set up the immortal formation. This is bad. Inside the immortal formation, Lu Qingming and Su Guang controlled the formation. They sensed Bing Sichuan's traces. Their expressions were ashen. They knew the situation was dire. Once they were discovered by Bing Sichuan, they would not be able to escape. The two immortals thought of surrendering, but they were hit by Zui Yi Hui's Dark Path method. If they tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would activate and take their lives. But the two had to activate the immortal formation to expand the beast tide. They could not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the Dark Path methods on his body would also be activated, and the two of them would be killed cleanly. Zui Yi Hui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh, I never thought that today would be the day of our deaths. Just as the two were in despair, a turning point appeared. Who is it? Bing Sichuan stopped moving. His eyes shined with cold light as he was on full alert. Lin Jianxing's heart jumped. He had concealed himself and come to the Flower Forest Forbidden area with the objective of obtaining some rare immortal materials to help him perfect Sword Forest. But he found out that a beast tide had appeared. This was good news for Lin Jianxing. In this chaotic situation, it was more suitable for him to fish in troubled waters. Lin Jianxing went deep into the forbidden area and met Bing Sichuan. Even though he had pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not proficient in concealment methods. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan stopped on the spot. After looking around, he shook his head. Maybe I saw wrongly? Bing Sichuan muttered. He continued to move forward and continued to investigate. He did not find any signs of human activity in this beast tide, but he also did not find the source of the beast tide. Thus, he followed the various traces and gradually approached the Dark Dao immortal formation. Right at this time, a group of four-legged white-scaled snakes flew over. The white-scaled snakes were already raging. After discovering Bing Sichuan, they charged over without hesitation. Bing Sichuan's pupils shrunk. He was about to kill the snakes when a sword chi shot towards him from the left. Bing Sichuan was not surprised. He quickly blocked the sword chi and said to Lin Jianxing, "He, there is someone." Lin Jianxing. Bing Sichuan recognized Lin Jianxing's identity when he said the latter half of his sentence. Ever since the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were defeated by Lin Jianxing, his appearance and voice had spread far and wide. Bing Sichuan, who was on Longevity Heaven's side, was naturally aware of this. In an instant, Bing Sichuan frowned. "Immortal friend Lin Jianxing, are you going to make things difficult for my Longevity Heaven?" Lin Jianxing frowned as well, yet he looked at the group of white-scaled snakes and said frankly, "The tongues of these white-scaled snakes are immortal materials of the Sword Dao that I need, and I came here for them as well. I hope that immortal friend Bing Sichuan will be magnanimous." Is that so? Bing Sichuan was very suspicious, but Lin Jianxing was a pseudo-venerable after all. He did not want to start a war. These white-scaled snakes are indeed rare resources. However, there is no need to worry, fellow immortal Lin Jianxing. The celestial longevity plane has many storehouses. If immortal friend is interested, I am willing to form a good relationship with you and give these treasures to you. Oh? Lin Jianxing raised his eyebrows. He was about to consider when a large group of immemorial desolate beasts charged over. The scene became chaotic. The white-scaled snakes were only ancient desolate beasts. They were not the match of these immemorial desolate beasts. But they could not dodge in time. Their formation was broken by the immemorial desolate beasts. Lin Jianxing had to take action and deal with these immemorial desolate beasts. He tried to take out the tongues of the white-scaled snakes. Bing Sichuan watched from the side while contacting Longevity Heaven to send Northern Plains and Western Deserts harem. He would not believe Lin Jianxing's words easily. Against a pseudo-venerable, he had to send out immortal goo houses to defend them. Giant Sun Immortal had been searching for beauties back then. He had set up 5 harems in the 5 regions. They were all immortal goo houses. Several of the 8 extremities received the order and flew out of Longevity Heaven with their immortal goo houses. Zui Yi Hui saw this and was both suspicious and happy. Honestly speaking, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had not been discovered until now. It was already out of Zui Yi Hui's expectations. And now, Longevity Heaven sent out 2 more immortal goo houses and several goo immortals. They were clearly flying towards the Flower Forest Forbidden area. Zui Yihui could not understand this. But no matter what, his situation was much better than before. A moment later, Yu Tianguang roared as he unleashed his accumulated dark path strength. The 8 extremities guarding this place were caught off guard. Yu Tianguang found an opening and attacked fiercely. After more than 10 breaths of time, he got out of Calamity Luck Altar. But he did not escape. He followed his senses and flew towards a secret place. The 8 extremities guarding this place were shocked. Oh no! That is the Crown Prince's closed cultivation area. Yao Huang had already come out of the Blood Sea. He wanted to stop Yu Tianguang, but he was too late. He and Mao Liqiu, who had just arrived, saw. Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor away. Light Emperor's body was nurturing rank 9 light goo. Even though he suffered such a huge change, his eyes were shut. He did not move. He was like a statue. He had lost all senses of the outside world. Don't provoke me. I will crush him to death. Yu Tianguang shouted. The surrounding goo cultivators hesitated. They could not advance or retreat. Don't kill him, otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal returns, you will die. Friend Yu Tianguang, we can discuss this. Calm down. Quick, call Bing Sichuan and the others back. While the Longevity Heaven Goo Immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang attacked again. Zui Yihui was not hiding anymore. The two cooperated extremely well. They tore a hole in the formation. This hole was not big, but Yu Tianguang had a method. He first swallowed the Light Monarch in one gulp, and then his figure transformed into a ball of light. He forcefully squeezed into the opening, and then flowed out into the outside world. After coming out, the light turned into Yu Tianguang's light again. Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals chased after them. Seeing Yu Tianguang and Zui Yihui, their expressions turned ugly. We fell for it. Yao Huang stomped his feet in anger. Bing Sichuan received the news and squinted at Lin Jianqing. So that's it. Brother Lin and Zui Yihui are working together. What do you mean? Lin Jianqing was confused. Meanwhile, in Heaven Path Dream Realm battlefield. What? Giant Sun Immortal was concentrating on fighting Feng Yuan. Hearing this news, his heart sank. This seems to be caused by my flying yellow killer move. The luck path connection made Giant Sun Immortal feel a little dazed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain to himself, but he could not. This killer move of mine should be correct, right? I rarely used it in the previous life. Recently, I've made some improvements to this move. Indeed, it should, probably, not be a problem. Taoist Giant Sun, what happened? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She was very sensitive to changes in emotions. She asked directly. Oh, nothing. Giant Sun Immortal felt a little depressed, but he waved his hand on the surface. Chapter 2352. Heaven and earth were torn apart like a huge open mouth. Boundless thunderbolts bombarded the area in a frenzy, fighting against the violent tornadoes. Meng Qiuzhan was floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. Lightning, come! He shouted. At the next moment, countless lightning balls fell from the sky, crashing into the tornadoes and causing a deafening explosion. More than 10 tornadoes were destroyed, but there were still over 100 tornadoes that were like pillars that supported the small world. Meng Qiuzhan gritted his teeth, realizing the crucial point. He had to find the exact location of this dream realm land spirit as soon as possible and deal a targeted attack. Otherwise, even if he could destroy so many tornadoes, he would have to use all his strength. It would not be beneficial for his dream realm exploration. With Feng Yuan's main body protecting him, after that close shave, Meng Qiuzhan did not encounter any more mishaps. He continued to explore Heaven Path Dream Realms. Not only did he raise his Heaven Path attainment level, his strength in the Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also rose rapidly. From a land spirit to a celestial court, his methods were completely different from before. Meng Qiuzhan could now manipulate the heavenly power of heaven and earth. He could already form tribulation-like powers. Moreover, he found that Heaven Path Dream Realms would annex each other, bringing him endless risks and opportunities in his exploration. Ice come. Meng Qiuzhan saw an opportunity. His 2 small hands turned into palms and pressed down. Hailstones rained down from the sky. It was extremely violent. In just a few breaths of time, the hailstones grew larger. Some were the size of small mountains. These hailstones crashed into the tornadoes, but most of them were quickly swept away. The dark green tornadoes were soon dyed with a layer of blue-white frost chi. Their spinning speed fell drastically. So it is here. Meng Qiuzhen succeeded in creating a flaw. He found a white feather flying fish hidden in the leftmost tornado. This white feather flying fish was the heavenly spirit of another dream realm immortal aperture. Heaven Path dream realms annexed each other. The manifestation in the dream realms was the annexation of two dream realm immortal apertures. As the heavenly spirit of a dream realm immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen had to control his own dream realm immortal aperture to suppress and annex the other party's dream realm immortal aperture. There was a crucial step in this, and that was to find the other party's heavenly spirit and then completely destroy it. Die. Meng Qiuzhen continued to use his methods, causing flying fish heavenly spirit to become dizzy. Lightning, rain, meteors, lava, and other attacks later. The flying fish heavenly spirit was destroyed by Meng Qiuzhen. Without the support of the heavenly spirit, although the tornadoes still existed, they had dispersed and changed directions at will. They were no longer as orderly as before, and the threat level immediately dropped to the bottom. At the same time, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture also increased the speed of annexing enemy Dream Realm Immortal Apertures. Once the flying fish heavenly spirit was eliminated, it would be like a general being beheaded in the midst of an army of 10,000. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would fall into chaos and collapse. Meng Qiuzhen continued to press on, eventually expanding his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture by another half. The increase in wind path downmarks is not bad. Another Dream Realm Immortal Aperture has come into contact. Meng Qiuzhen did not have time to rest before he saw a faint red shadow appearing outside his Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The faint red shadow covered heaven and earth, covering the sun and moon as it crashed into Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Realm Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture's regional wall shattered. While the two Dream Realm Immortal Apertures connected, they also started the bitter process of annexing each other. Wait a minute, this heavenly spirit seems different. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. He found that the other party was very astute and had many methods. They were not inferior to Meng Qiuzhen. Don't tell me. Profound literature grotto heaven. Qi tides moved and formed countless qi monsters that covered heaven and earth. It was a huge calamity. A large number of mortals lived in profound literature grotto heaven. Under the assault of the qi monsters, they turned into corpses. Damn it, we have to persevere. These qi monsters are endless. When will they end? Profound literature grotto heaven's Gu immortals resisted with all their strength. Old immortal Hua Yu even personally fought. They barely managed to maintain the situation. This was not a heavenly tribulation or heavenly tribulation. It was a Qi path killer move that Qi Si ancestor used to attack the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation had a large number of formation cores. After the immortal Gu and the formation cores were destroyed by Feng Yuan's 3 clones, the formation bases were exposed. These formation bases were profound literature grotto heaven, skeleton grotto heaven, and so on. As long as these grotto heavens were destroyed, the Starry Sky Calculation Formation would lose its foundation and vanish completely. If we had known this, why would we have tried so many ways to escape? Sigh, it is too late now. Now, we can only hope that Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has enough methods to protect our homeland. These grotto heaven Gu immortals felt regret to some extent. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Qi currents surged like a stampede of horses. Qi Si ancestor gradually appeared in Skeleton Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton was deeply shocked, but before she could save him, many rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court also arrived in Skeleton Grotto Heaven with their immortal Gu houses. Without any delay, a huge battle erupted. Heaven and earth shook. Qi Si boiled, golden light shot out, jade water filled the sky. A large number of killer moves were activated. The aftershocks caused a huge number of casualties. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi Si. Qi Si ancestor accumulated his advantage and could finally use this move easily. With one move, heaven and earth shook. Several immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were heavily injured. One of them was destroyed on the spot. Qin Ding Ling and the rest were heavily injured and coughed out blood. Persevere. Qin Ding Ling shouted. Watch me. Che Wei was valiant, fighting attacks with attacks. Qi Si Ancestor was hit by his killer move. His injuries were not light. Immortal killer move. Qi Ju Revival. At the next moment, a large number of Qi Path immortal materials were expended. Qi Si Ancestor rapidly recovered. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court saw this and turned pale. Time to end this. Qi Si Ancestor grunted as he activated his killer move, Hu Elevation. The energy pillar that overflowed into the heavens was grand and terrifying. It fiercely smashed out, directly splitting the heavens and earth, piercing through the entire skeleton paradise. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open. She could not dodge in time and was destroyed by the Qi pillar, leaving nothing behind. Skeleton Grotto Heaven was heavily damaged. Winds of assimilation started to appear. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court quickly retreated through the huge hole as Qi Si Ancestor chased after them relentlessly. Star Constellation's Will, who was inside Embroidered Tower, saw this and was about to make a move when Jean Budu charged into the formation space. It was here after all. Wu Shuai was relieved. The Enslavement Path killer move that he modified manipulated the ant group to infiltrate the depths of the Starry Sky calculation formation, creating a path for Jean Budu to squeeze into the formation space. The Gu immortals in the formation space were mainly from the 10 great ancient sects. Even though they were all elites, they were inferior to the members of Celestial Court. Even the Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not deal with pseudo-venerables, not to mention them. At once, Jean Budu was like a tiger that entered a flock of sheep, creating a storm of blood. Star Constellations will side. She could only give up on dealing with Qi Si Ancestor and personally activated Embroidered Tower to block Jean Budu. After a period of stalemate, Feng Yuan's 3 clones finally broke the deadlock. They continued to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation like a hot knife through butter. Celestial Court's side was forced to retreat. They could not stabilize their footing. This situation was immediately transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was called Hope of the People, the other was called Heroes Among People. Divine Emperor City, which was at the largest node of Central Continent's human network, suddenly burst out with countless white lights, specks and lumps, like candlelight. There were countless of them. The specks of light were like fishes swimming or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Gu immortals inside the Starry Sky calculation formation, forming a dense white halo. Next, the white halo started to weaken rapidly, while the Gu immortals' auras rose rapidly. Just like during the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move after all. It did not exceed Lord Alliance leader's expectations. Lu Wei-yin looked at Divine Emperor City, not far away with an excited expression. She is using the same move again. It is a sign that she is out of tricks. Shun Shang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Cho were defending Divine Emperor City. After being attacked by 2 experts, they could only stop supporting the 2 human path killer moves and start to defend themselves. Remote Heaven Battlefield. The white halo formed by human path killer moves also enveloped Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both of them received amplification. Their strength rose greatly. As expected of a human path method, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. Heaven Path Dream Realms are almost depleted. We have lost this battle. Chapter 2353. In the Battle of Heaven Path Dream Realms, Feng Yuan initiated the battle. In this battle, Feng Yuan used new killer moves like Year-Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound, Permetha Dragon Snake, Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, and Heavenly Ghost Concealment. 7 Killings Rainbow, Tongue Sword Dragon Soul, and other killer moves were greatly modified, while concealing obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web. Thus, in the early stages of the battle, Feng Yuan had the upper hand. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had to work together to resist him. But because Feng Yuan had to protect Ming Qiujian, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who had chaotic will scattering dream, gradually gained the initiative. At the same time, Feng Yuan's dominance also made Giant Sun Immortal wary. No matter how Feng Yuan persuaded, Giant Sun Immortal was determined to stop Feng Yuan from obtaining Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not waver. Feng Yuan mobilized his subordinates to attack various important areas in Central Continent, to make things difficult for star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw through Feng Yuan's scheme. She did not retreat to Central Continent. To continue hiding his strength and feign a lack of immortal essence, Feng Yuan angered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and lured him to participate in the battle. Meanwhile, he used Heavenly Ghost Concealment to become half an ally of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan's scheme succeeded. Because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's interference, star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not exert enough pressure on Feng Yuan. On the contrary, star constellation Immortal Venerable was constantly disturbed by Feng Yuan. She could not threaten Ming Qiujian. Even if star constellation Immortal Venerable used 2 human path killer moves, she could not change the situation. The battle fell into a stalemate. As time passed, the Heaven Path Dream Realms devoured each other. Most of them were absorbed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's gains in this battle far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and star constellation Immortal Venerable. In contrast, of the 2 venerables, one lost his eldest son and rank 9 light Gu. The other's starry sky calculation formation that he had painstakingly created was almost destroyed. More than 10 Central Continent Gu immortals were slaughtered. The members of the Celestial Court were in a dangerous situation. This made star constellation Immortal Venerable realize Feng Yuan had won this battle. No matter how pathetic he looked, he was the one who benefited the most. Regardless of whether Feng Yuan still has trump cards, or if he really lacks immortal essence, the most crucial factor in this battle is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the heavily injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. She felt indignance, anger, and helplessness. She had wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago, but she had not succeeded. There had been a good opportunity last time, but unfortunately, Feng Yuan had covered for it. It was all thanks to Feng Yuan that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was able to survive. In this battle, Feng Yuan made use of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to gain huge benefits. It also proved that he had great foresight. 80% of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were borne in place of Feng Yuan. He only had less than 1,000 arms left now. His huge body had shrunk by 60%. Even his roars were hoarse. Maybe this is the time to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts moved. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a huge obstacle. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she knew better than anyone else that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was filled with providence, could no longer be controlled by her. Sometimes, star constellation Immortal Venerable admired Feng Yuan's craftiness. The latter had successfully turned Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into half an ally. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind, under Feng Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment killer move, he was more resolute and easier to use than ordinary allies. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but look at Giant Sun Immortal. Even though the 2 of them worked together, Giant Sun Immortal still had his guard up against her. Looking back at this battle, even though Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength, he did not have much effect against Feng Yuan. He even caused Central Continent a huge loss. Comparisons were the worst. Star constellation Immortal Venerable would rather have an ally in a daze than a clear-headed Giant Sun Immortal. But now, to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she needed to rely on Giant Sun Immortal. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately transmitted, Giant Sun, there is no need to care about this Feng Yuan now. Let's work together and get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The results of today's battle are right in front of us. We cannot let this Venerable continue to live. Giant Sun Immortal agreed with this. He felt that the reason why he could not deal with Feng Yuan was because the latter was using spectral soul demon Venerable strength. With these two working together, he felt a headache. Of course, the reason why Feng Yuan could work together with spectral soul demon Venerable was because of heavenly ghost concealment. As long as this move was broken, the alliance between Feng Yuan and spectral soul would be severed. But Giant Sun Immortal knew that if he cracked it now, Feng Yuan would be able to modify it the next time. Originally, as a refinement path Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal did not think highly of Feng Yuan's modification attainment. But after this battle, after being baptized by killer moves like Year-Shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound and Prometha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, Giant Sun Immortal completely changed his view. Now, from his perspective, Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was above his. In fact, among the Venerables of the past, other than Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only one below Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not want to play the senseless game of deciphering, modifying, deciphering, modifying, deciphering, and modifying with Feng Yuan. Getting rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed a good idea. This way, we can get rid of him once and for all. Feng Yuan will have no more allies. Giant Sun Immortal transmitted to Star Constellation. Furthermore, Feng Yuan is lacking immortal essence now, but we are different. It will be much more difficult for him to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he tries to protect him, he might fall into danger if he is not careful. By then, we can target him instead. We can even create a chance to kill this heaven-refining demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not as optimistic as Giant Sun Immortal, she replied. Feng Yuan will not put himself in danger just to protect Spectral Soul. The two Venerables came to an agreement. They focused their attacks on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As expected, they did it. Feng Yuan immediately showed a difficult expression, but he was actually getting more excited in his heart. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fought with the two Venerables, with Feng Yuan's help, both sides would suffer heavy losses. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would most likely die. After all, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was filled with providence. He lost his rationality. He could not even use his immortal killer moves properly. He was at a huge disadvantage. But this way, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be greatly weakened. This was the best chance to get rid of the two Venerables. As long as they did not escape back to their headquarters, after Feng Yuan used his full strength, he would be able to get rid of one of them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, while Giant Sun Immortal wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was also plotting to get rid of these two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked by the two Venerables. His injuries worsened. Many of his thick black arms were cut off. He only had 200 or 300 of them left. Go! Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shot out a golden meteor. The meteor landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, smashing one of his heads. Out of his 3 heads, only one was left. He was forced into a desperate situation. He was surrounded by danger, but Feng Yuan was still attacking at a steady pace. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared. His body suddenly burned with an icy blue fire. But this fire was not hot at all. Instead, it gave off an intense, icy cold energy. The temperature of the air fell rapidly. Rank 9 Fire Goo could not sit still anymore. Sensing that its host's life was in danger, it finally showed its might. It was a Rank 9 Fire Goo after all. The 3 Venerables retreated together. Even Feng Yuan, who had heavenly ghost concealment, was the same. Feng Yuan could deceive Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with his killer move, but he could not deceive Rank 9 Fire Goo. After all, the latter was a goo worm, not a soul beast. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stopped moving. The blue fire on his body spread rapidly, forcing the 3 Venerables to retreat. The fire spread to the surroundings of the Heaven Path Dream Realms. The size of the Heaven Path Dream Realm shrunk rapidly. They were about to be destroyed by the fire. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He thought, the legends of Ranzu recorded that the dream realms are countered by fire goo. It seems that it is true. He felt great regret. His Heaven Path attainment level had already risen from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster in the fight between the Venerables. Furthermore, he had not just stepped into Great Grandmaster realm, he had deep accumulations in this level. If Fang Yuan absorbed all of the Heaven Path Dream realms here, he might even advance to Supreme Grandmaster. Even if he did not, there was still a high chance of him becoming a quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. However, after being burned by fire goo, more than half of the remaining Heaven Path Dream realms were destroyed. This is an opportunity, Giant Sun. Seeing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to activate Chaotic while scattering Dream. Giant Sun Immortal did not protect star constellation Immortal Venerable. He charged towards these Heaven Path Dream realms instead. Fang Yuan was caught in a dilemma. In an instant, he made up his mind. He gave up on star constellation Immortal Venerable and charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was obstructed by Fang Yuan. The two Venerables fought intensely. During this process, the Heaven Path Dream realms were burned intensely by the fire. Almost nothing was left. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wu Xie, or Ming Qiu Zhan, they were all burned out. When Fang Yuan obstructed Giant Sun, he also approached the Heaven Path Dream realms. Seeing this, he quickly turned around and gave up on Giant Sun Immortal, approaching his Dream Path clone. Ming Qiu Zhan's eyes were shut. He had not woken up yet. Giant Sun Immortal saw that Fang Yuan had turned around and left. He shouted furiously, "Fang Yuan, you are so arrogant. I will make you pay the price." At the next moment, hundreds of golden meteors shot out with terrifying power. Heaven and earth changed color. At the same time, star constellation Immortal Venerable finally succeeded in activating Chaotic while scattering Dream for the second time. She aimed directly at Ming Qiu Zhan. Boom, 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 boom. The golden meteors landed on Fang Yuan and Ming Qiu Zhan. Thunderous explosions shook heaven and earth. Terrifying air currents surged in all directions. The golden light quickly faded. Fang Yuan and Ming Qiu Zhan flew down at an extremely fast speed. Giant Sun Immortal's eyes widened. He saw that Fang Yuan was unharmed. What defensive killer move was this? Oh no! Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fang Yuan was flying towards Central Continent. As for Ming Qiu Zhan, he had already woken up, using Dream Armor Goo to protect himself. At the same time, a layer of rippling reverse flow protection seal appeared on his body. After Fang Yuan's modification, reverse flow protection seal could be used to help others. It was no longer limited to himself. With 2 layers of protection, Ming Qiu Zhan was completely fine even though he was hit by star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move. Chapter 2354. Damn you, Fang Yuan. At once, star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan's move was ingenious. He brought Ming Qiu Zhan to Central Continent, forcing star constellation Immortal Venerable into a dilemma. If star constellation Immortal Venerable continued to fight with spectral soul demon Venerable, Fang Yuan would take the chance to open his immortal aperture and keep Ming Qiu Zhan inside, before wreaking havoc in Central Continent. In Central Continent's battlefield, Celestial Court side was already in danger. The Starry Sky calculation formation was broken. 80% of it was destroyed. Divine Emperor City was attacked by Xinshang and Lu Weiyin. They could not even maintain their human path killer moves anymore. In this situation, if Fang Yuan's main body made a move, he would definitely cause an unimaginable massacre in Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. In an instant, star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was the #1 person in Wisdom Path, made a decision. She sighed as she said to Giant Sun Immortal, "Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. He wants to use this method to protect Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's life. We cannot fall for it. I will chase after him. I will not give him any chance to keep the Dream Path clone in his aperture. Giant Sun, I hope that you can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." Giant Sun Immortal knew clearly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable knew this was Fang Yuan's scheme, but she still fell for it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to make things difficult for Fang Yuan, but she wanted to protect Central Continent. But Giant Sun Immortal did not mind. If it were him, He would also protect the Huangjin bloodline of northern plains and fall for it. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal nodded and said firmly, "In today's battle, between Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Feng Yuan, one of them will die." Giant Sun Immortal's cooperation made star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a sigh of relief. At the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal still had a clear mind and made a wise decision. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately accelerated and chased after Feng Yuan. Within the Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation space, the Demon Judgment Board retreated. On the Devil Judgment Board, Guyue Fengjing and Red Heart Traveler were both sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and they revealed a hint of panic as they concentrated. At this moment, the former and current Demon Judgment Board lords had joined hands, but they were all at a disadvantage. What was forcing the Demon Judgment Board to retreat again and again? "Be careful, he's approaching again," Scarlet Heart Traveler, who was mainly responsible for controlling the Demon Judgment Board, suddenly warned. Jean Budu's cloak fluttered behind him as he flew. When he activated the incomplete freedom transformation, he was a genuine beast in human form. Even the Demon Judgment Board found it hard to withstand one of his attacks. When Guyue Fengjing received Red Heart Traveler's reminder, he immediately quivered and anxiously shouted, "Then again." In the next moment, the Demon Judgment Board exploded with a bloody light. The bloody light was like a tide, instantly spreading thousands of steps. The scarlet bloodlight was mixed with endless coldness. If Jean Budu wanted to get close to the Demon Judgment Board, he would have to charge into the bloody light. Unavoidably, his movements slowed down abruptly. This move again. Jean Budu could not help but have a strange expression. He had already been obstructed by this blood path killer move 3 times in a row. Demon Judgment Board took advantage of the fact that Jean Budu's speed was falling to pull open a safe distance again. And the one who did this was Guyue Fengjing. Red Heart Traveler looked at Guyue Fengjing with a gratified expression, showing clear admiration. The killer move Guyue Fengjing used was Blood Gradually Colding, but he was so closely connected to the Demon Judgment Board that it was as if Blood Gradually Colding was the killer move of the Demon Judgment Board itself. This was an extremely ingenious creation. None of the previous Demon Judgment Board lords had managed to do this. Speaking of which, Red Heart Traveler was Guyue Fengjing's master. But the reason why he took him in as a disciple was not voluntary. It was more due to the orders of the higher-ups and his own benefits. Thus, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guyue Fengjing had always been bad. He did not put this disciple in his heart. But now, Red Heart Traveler's impression of Guyue Fengjing had changed greatly. Handing Demon Judgment Board to you is not wrong. Fengjing, you need to work harder in the future. Red Heart Traveler encouraged. "Ah, yes, I will engrave Master's words in my heart." Guyue Fengjing was a little surprised, but he soon sighed. "I entered the derivation formation and came into contact with the essence of Painting Path. I modified the killer move Blood Gradually Colding. After going through Demon Judgment Board, its power rose sharply and can freeze the blood of rank 8 Gu Immortal experts to death. But when it comes to Jean Budu, it can only obstruct him for a little while." Red Heart Traveler shook his head, encouraging. "It is not that you are not outstanding, but the opponent is too strong. He is one of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clones after all." When his brother Guyue Feng Yuan was mentioned, Fengjing heaved a deep sigh again. His emotions were complex and indescribable. "All right, we need to hold back Jean Budu. We cannot let him destroy the formation space too quickly." Red Heart Traveler could not conceal the worry in his heart. Sigh, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable's strongest clone is still Qi Ancestor. I hope Lady Qin Dingling can delay him. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation's formation base was set up in the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. There were only a few of these Grotto Heavens left. It could be said that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was the final pillar. Qi currents surged like an ocean covering the sky. Qi Ancestor looked down at everyone from the sky. Qin Dingling, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest were either controlling immortal Gu houses or floating in the air. They were all looking at Qi Ancestor with extremely solemn expressions. Up until now, Qi Si Ancestor had displayed the strongest battle strength among pseudo-venerables in the current era, especially when Hu Eng's move could forcefully destroy a grotto heaven. No one could resist it. Be it Qin Dingling's luck path, Che Wei's weapon path, Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the other older generation celestial court experts risking their lives to fight, or Zhou Xiong Xin, 9 spiritual fairy, and the rest's constant harassment, they could not stop Qi Si Ancestor from destroying the Starry Sky calculation formation. Immortal killer move, 9 Magnificence Du Pill. Ruandan was constantly activating his pill path killer move to heal the celestial court's immortals. He still had a life extension pill that could forcefully extend the life of others, even if the target had already suffered a fatal blow. This was the result of him entering the derivation formation. In this battle, if not for Ruandan's spectacular performance, the celestial court's Gu immortals would not have lasted for so long. Be it Ruandan or the other celestial court Gu immortals, they had made considerable progress, but Qi Si Ancestor had become even stronger. He could almost match Duke Long at the final moment of the Fate War. Qi currents surged and suddenly turned into countless giant dragons that scattered. They gave up on the celestial court's immortals and attacked profound literature grotto heaven. Old immortal Huayu cried out in grief. Lord Feng Yuan, are you really going to kill us all? Before he finished speaking, tears were already falling down his face. Duke Tong shouted, Everyone, don't be shaken. Don't rashly save the mortals. This demon is using our compassion to mess with our minds. Once we split up, we will definitely be destroyed by him. It is up to us now. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch suddenly transmitted to Shabi 95. Master, are we going to use that move? But we are not proficient enough in our practice. There is no other way, we can only try. We need to exert pressure to disrupt him, otherwise, once Qi Si Ancestor finds a chance, he will use the killer move Hu Elevation again. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch said as he activated his killer move. Shabi 95 breathed in deeply and also activated its Gu worms. The two's auras connected. Shabi 95 suddenly turned into a grand Qi that poured towards 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The round-headed and big-eared 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch opened his nose and inhaled this grand Qi. His body expanded rapidly. When he absorbed all of the Qi into his body, he turned into a giant that could support heaven and earth. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch pounced. With a loud sound, he crashed into the huge Qi Si and stirred up countless Qi currents. Qi Si Ancestor's body shook uncontrollably. He almost lost control of the boundless Qi Si. The giant 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch opened his nose and inhaled continuously in the Qi Si. The Qi Si rapidly shrunk and entered his stomach. We need to hurry up. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch is using Shabi 95's special trait to absorb all the Qi outside. He cannot last for long. Once he reaches his limit, he will self-detonate. The Celestial Court Gu immortals who knew the details of this move quickly moved out and attacked. Qi Si Ancestor was attacked alone. He first pushed with his palms, creating a 100-feet-tall Qi wall that obstructed the Celestial Court's attacks. Next, he waved his arm. Qi blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Duke Tong and 9 spiritual fairy, causing them to vomit blood and retreat. The Qi currents became grand and majestic. Qi Si Ancestor was about to attack again, but 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch ignored his own life and started to devour the Qi currents again. Qi Si Ancestor snorted coldly as he used Yin-Yang Great Killer Move, sending 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch flying like a ball. He used Finger Flick to hit Qin Dingling, Che Wei, Old Immortal Huayu, and Zhou Xiong Xin, easily defeating them. Jun Shengguang had incredible speed. He attacked again and attacked Qi Si Ancestor, but was blocked by Qi Si Ancestor's defensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Orchid Breath. Qi Si Ancestor's injuries recovered rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers. This was a killer move from Primordial Origin's True Inheritance. It was modified by Qi Si Ancestor. Its activation speed was more than twice as fast. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, Duke Tong, 9 spiritual fairy, and the rest who were about to counterattack were all stunned. They fell from the sky. In the chaotic battle, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, By Tsang Shui, and Uncle Feng quietly occupied the four directions of north, south, east, and west, surrounding Qi ancestor. Immortal killer move, earth, water, wood, fire, four elements deviation formation. This was not an ordinary killer move, it was an ancient battle formation. This formation needed to be formed by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. One more or one less was not allowed. Not just that, these 4 Gu immortals also cultivated Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and Fire Path. After the killer move was activated, Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Bai Tsang Shui, and Uncle Feng were covered in armor, green, red, black, and yellow. Their bodies were shining with bright light. The 4 colored lights spread rapidly, becoming one. It was turning into a battlefield killer move. Qi ancestor's expression changed slightly. He showed a look of praise. This move was innovative. It had already touched upon another level. Not only was it an ancient battle formation, it was also a battlefield killer move. We are going to trap him. Don't relax. Success or failure depends on this. The celestial court immortals were excited. Qi ancestor laughed heartily. It is a good move. Just as he said that, a figure descended from the sky. The immortals' expressions changed when they saw this. Chapter 23:55. Seeing that Qi ancestor was about to be trapped by the earth, water, wood, and fire 4-phase deviation formation, at the crucial moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked. The immortals looked at him, seeing that this immortal had a muscular body, a tall nose bridge. His body was covered in golden dragon scales. His dragon eyes were like amber. There was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He was extremely handsome. It was one of Feng Yuan's 3 clones, Dragonman Wu Shui. Wu Shui had just entered profound literature grotto heaven when he was chased by 2 members of Celestial Court, Fairy Charming Soul and Golden, Hooped Great Immortal. Wu Shui had fought with them earlier, but he had not gotten rid of them completely. Be it Qi ancestor, Zhan Budu, or Wu Shui, they had all made breakthroughs in strength. Qi ancestor's strength rose to Duke Long's level during the final stages of the Fate War. While Zhan Budu gained many Gu worms, his methods became more comprehensive. As for Wu Shui, he was originally on par with 1 Celestial Court Gu immortal, but now, he was above 2 rank 8s of Celestial Court. At this rate, Wu Shui will definitely become a pseudo-venerable in the future. Quickly stop Wu Shui. Don't let him save Qi ancestor. Celestial Court Gu immortal Jun Shengguang was the first to attack, followed by 9 spiritual fairy, Duke Mei, and Duke Tong. Wu Shui was attacked by 5 or 6 Celestial Court Gu immortals. He was in danger. He could only protect himself. Countless army ants surrounded him. There were tens of millions of them. No matter how many were destroyed, they could be replenished at any time. It was as if they were endless. Open. Qi ancestor waved his sleeves, creating hundreds of feet of Qi currents again. The 4 Gu immortals who formed the 4-phase deviation formation had a change of expression. They felt like they were mortals fighting against a sin dragon. The 4 Gu immortals tried their best to maintain the formation. This was like a contest of strength against Qi ancestor. They coughed out blood at the start. Quickly help us. Bai Tsang Shui quickly called for help. Oh no. Quickly go and help them. This formation cannot fail. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were anxious. Duke Tong, Duke Mei, and the other immortals surrounded Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor did not move. He defended with a smile on his face. Let's see how long you can defend for. Because of Qi ancestor's display of might, Wu Shui had a chance to catch his breath. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A large number of army ants condensed into the form of a giant eagle and attacked profound literature grotto heaven. Stop. Old immortal Hua Yu's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he stood up to obstruct the attack. However, he was only able to eliminate 15% of the attack with all his might, and he was powerless against the remaining 85%. The entire profound literature abode trembled violently while army ants were gnawing everywhere, and they emitted dense and tiny chewing sounds that were horrifying to the extreme. Quick, save profound literature paradise. It's the final pillar of the myriad stars calculation array. Old deity Huayu cried out in grief. Celestial Court's Gu immortals could only mobilize manpower to protect profound literature grotto heaven. This way, the pressure on Qi Si ancestors' side lessened. He could find opportunities to attack more easily. Celestial Court had to protect the myriad stars calculation array. It was in a very passive state. This disadvantage was exploited by Feng Yuan's 3 clones. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had almost no time to breathe. Profound literature grotto heaven was already in a state of collapse. Countless living beings died tragically. Ants were everywhere. Many places had been drilled through, creating a passage that could leave profound literature grotto heaven and reach the outside world. But this was not an escape route. Most Gu masters did not have the ability to fly. They would die if they left the grotto heaven. Gu masters were already like this, not to mention mortals, beasts, and plants. Xiaobai, take my daughter and leave. Imperial Minister Su was a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature grotto heaven. He stood in front of Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan, protecting them. No, I want to continue fighting. This is my home. Li Xiaobai was already heavily injured. As he spoke, his voice was trembling as tears of blood flowed down his face. Imperial Minister Su turned his head and shouted at Li Xiaobai, "Rascal, how can you show off your bravery now? Profound literature grotto heaven is in danger. You are our hope. The people in your immortal aperture are the seeds of profound literature grotto heaven. Get lost, get lost. Father-in-law, let's leave together." Li Xiaobai pulled Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su waved his hand, shouting furiously, "I am an important official of the Imperial Court, but you are not. Thus, you can leave, but I cannot. The Empire is at stake, so what if I die? Ha ha ha." Imperial Minister Su laughed loudly as he pushed Li Xiaobai out of profound literature grotto heaven, before flying into the ant group and starting an intense battle. "Father!" Su Qihan screamed. Her voice was filled with sorrow as tears rolled down her face. She was forcefully dragged away by Li Xiaobai through the hole in the grotto heaven. But right when the two were about to escape, a change occurred. The entire aperture wall of profound literature grotto heaven collapsed. Replacing it was a black-brown barrel-shaped earth wall that was full of holes and holes. There were countless caves and tunnels in the earth wall. It was like a maze. Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan, this pair of desperate lovebirds, almost escaped with their lives, but they were repelled by the earth wall. What is this? At once, almost all the Gu immortals were shocked. A battlefield killer move. It is even faster than my rumor cage. Zhou Xiongxian's expression changed. The other members of Celestial Court also had ugly expressions. Before they could trap Qi Si ancestor completely, they found themselves trapped in a battlefield killer move instead. It is Wu Shuai's killer move. Qi Si ancestor smiled. Before the battle, they had already exchanged their strength and methods. Qi Si ancestor knew. This was Wu Shuai's myriad army ant nest battlefield killer move. The core immortal Gu used was rank 8 ant nest Gu. This move used blessed lands and grotto heavens as the foundation, first sending countless army ants to invade them. After reaching a certain level, it could be activated. Once activated, the original blessed lands and grotto heavens could be destroyed, turning them into an ant nest battlefield. The activation process was very fast, but the initial accumulation needed a long time. Thus, among the battlefield killer moves, Rumor Cage was the fastest to set up. After Wu Shuai activated Myriad Army Ant Nest, he directly captured all the existences in profound literature grotto heaven, including them in this battlefield. He immediately activated the army ants to attack the Gu immortals everywhere like a flood. At the same time, he sent many ants to devour the resources inside, allowing the army ants to reproduce rapidly. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were attacked by the army ants. Seeing that the army ants were so compatible with this battlefield, they realized Wu Shuai was the owner of this battlefield killer move. We still underestimated him. Feng Yuan's 3 clones have many new methods. They have modified almost all of their killer moves. What will happen to Feng Yuan's main body? Now is not the time to worry about Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. We need to get rid of this battlefield. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed and came to a consensus. But it was not easy to find one person in this huge ant nest battlefield that was comparable to profound literature grotto heaven. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court tried many methods, but to no avail. Wu Shuai hid in a corner. He began to leisurely mobilize the army ants to attack the four immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. The four immortals of Celestial Court formed a battle formation to trap Qi Ancestor. But now, they were being attacked by the outside world. Qi Ancestor saw the chance and created countless Qi currents to attack the four immortals of Celestial Court from all directions. They were on the brink of death. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not find Wu Shuai for now. They could only focus on suppressing Qi Ancestor. After several rounds of fighting, the four immortals of Celestial Court coughed out blood. Their auras weakened again, while Qi Ancestor was still full of energy and vigor. If this formation gathers earth, water, wind, and fire, it should be even more powerful. It is a pity that we lack a wind path expert. Qi Ancestor smiled. The longer time passed, the more things he could see. Qi, take this. Golden hooped immortal monarch flew down, activating hundreds of golden hoops that danced in the air. The golden hoops tried to land on Qi, but they were blocked by the Qi currents around Qi Ancestor. Duke May's figure suddenly appeared. His snow-white eyebrows suddenly grew, piercing through the Qi currents and coiled around Qi Ancestor's arms. Qi Ancestor gave a growl. Qi currents surged like a vast tsunami, crushing mountains and shattering rocks with unstoppable force. The Qi currents attacked golden-hooped immortal monarch, Duke May, and the four immortals of Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Jun Xingguang, Zhou Xiongxin, and the rest took action to help the 6 members of Celestial Court. The giant 7 fiendish primeval monarch charged over. A mountain-like hand slammed down on Qi Ancestor's head. At the crucial moment, Qi Ancestor smiled lightly. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Sect. This move was modified from the killer move Triple Qi Retraction. It used Heaven Qi and Earth Qi, 2 rank 8 immortal Gu as the cores, turning all living beings within the range of the killer move into Qi currents that return to Qi Ancestor's body, turning into Qi Path Dalmarks. Thus, this was not just an offensive method, it could also be used for cultivation to increase the number of Qi Path Dalmarks one had. This move was powerful and mysterious, but it had 2 major drawbacks. First, it expended a lot of lifespan. Second, once this move was activated, regardless of success or failure, it could not be used again within 100 days, Qi Ancestor's own time. Under the killer move Qi Sect, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were first restrained. They could not move. Next, Duke May was the first to suffer, first his eyebrows, then his skin, flesh, blood, and finally his bones and organs. They all melted into Qi currents and were absorbed by Qi Ancestor. When Duke May melted to his bones, golden-hooped immortal monarch also started to melt into Qi, turning into nothingness. Duke May and golden-hooped immortal monarch died one after another, followed by Jun Shengguang, Zhou Xiongxin, and the rest, followed by the 4 immortals of Celestial Court who were the furthest away. The first to collapse was Wan Zihong, followed by Prince's Impatience, by Tsang Shui and Uncle Feng. Qi Ancestor looked at the 4 of them. You still lack teamwork, and more importantly, 2 of you have just revived. Your Gu worms are incomplete. They are in a weakened state. This is the greatest weakness of the battle formation. You want to trap me, wishful thinking. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court gritted their teeth. They did not have the energy to speak. 7 fiendish primeval monarch was indignant. He was mostly melted, but he still raised his broken fist, wanting to smash at Qi Ancestor. You seem to have forgotten about me. Wu Shuai's voice was transmitted. The army ants were densely packed. They climbed onto 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' body. At the next moment, 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' giant body collapsed. My main body is here. We won this battle. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. He could see that he did not need to make a move. As long as he laughed for a while, Qi Ancestor alone would be able to defeat the 4 immortals of Celestial Court. Is that so? At the moment of defeat, Prince's Impatience suddenly showed a smug smile. You fell for it, Qi Ancestor. Before he finished speaking, at the center of the four elements offset formation, Qi-Si ancestor's body shook. The qi currents around him changed rapidly. They turned into Lin Jianqing's figure, standing behind Qi-Si ancestor. The Lin Jianqing formed by the qi currents was very lifelike, but he had no expression. At the next moment, he stepped forward and forcefully entered Qi-Si ancestor's body. Qi-Si ancestor was heavily injured. His defenses crumbled. Not far away in the battlefield, star constellations will suddenly smiled. She ignored John Budu, who was in front of her, and threw star constellation chessboard. Now, I will let you see the true secret of the star array formation. The starry sky calculation array collapsed with a loud bang, and the remaining stars all self-detonated, instantly spewing out a majestic and mighty force. With the help of star constellation chessboard, this force directly shattered the ant cave battlefield, turning Prince's Impatience and the other three immortals of Celestial Court into powder before sealing Qi-Si ancestor. Go! Star Constellation's Will's voice resounded from Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation chessboard rotated rapidly above Qi-Si ancestor's head, shooting out a ray of starlight that enveloped Qi-Si ancestor and dragged him towards Celestial Court. The door of Celestial Court was slightly opened. It had been prepared for a long time. Fang Yuan's main body rushed over. Seeing this, he showed an expression of shock and anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, so this was all your scheme. Chapter 2356. Success. We succeeded. Prince's Impatience shouted. His pale face was filled with excitement. We did not fail you. Wan Zihong's eyes drooped. Her aura was almost non-existent. She had never been so weak before. The so-called four phases deviation formation was just a decoy. Its main purpose was to deceive others. The true purpose was to create an environment to create Lin Jianqing's sword qi. Prince's Impatience, Wan Zihong, and the rest had died at Lin Jianqing's hands not long ago. After they revived, they apologized to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with heavy hearts, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable rewarded them instead. She told them that this was all part of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan. As it turned out, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path person in history. During the fight between the three Venerables, she used all sorts of clues to deduce that Lin Jianqing was an otherworldly demon, and his battle strength had reached pseudo-venerable level. Lin Jianqing was in closed cultivation. He had been concealing his strength. Nobody knew about his secret. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced it, she did not reveal it. Next, she sent 5 Gu Immortals of Celestial Court to attack Lin Jianqing. The goal was to use phantom path methods to steal the power of Lin Jianqing's killer move. Everyone knew that the immortal apertures of Celestial Court's members were phantom apertures. When the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were injured in the battle with Lin Jianqing, sword path Dao marks were engraved on their bodies. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's modified phantom path methods could contain these sword path Dao marks in the phantom aperture, and after the Celestial Court's members died, they could be secretly retrieved. After retrieving the sword path Dao marks, through a series of methods, Lin Jianqing's methods could be reconstructed. After Qi-Si ancestor was hit by this move, he panicked and was attacked by Star Constellation's will. He could not defend in time and was sealed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable concealed the truth. Only after the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals revived did she tell them the true plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable apologized to them. The Celestial Court's 4 immortals said they did not dare to accept it. They only felt immense joy in their hearts. They had no resentment. They were loyal to the Celestial Court. They also understood that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's concealment was reasonable. Only in a situation where they were unaware could they maintain such secrecy. That was why he was able to reveal his true feelings in the intense battle with Lin Jianqing without any flaws. But why do you have to do everything you can to obtain Lin Jianqing's methods? Wan Zihong had raised this question at the time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not tell him. She only told him to follow her arrangements. Now that Qi-Si ancestor was sealed, Prince's Impatience and Wan Zihong finally understood Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking effort. The key factor was Lin Jianqing's power. Firstly, he was a pseudo-venerable, even though his main body was not as strong as Qi ancestor. The sword Qi methods that the celestial court restored were amplified many times. Their power far surpassed the limits of Lin Jianqing's current abilities. Secondly, Lin Jianqing's core immortal gu was sword Qi gu. Even though sword Qi was filled with sword path Dao marks, it also had dense Qi path Dao marks. Precisely because of this, he could target Qi ancestor who cultivated Qi path. Finally, Lin Jianqing's sword Qi attack was too sudden. Qi ancestor was caught unprepared. Qi ancestor is finally sealed. But Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent so much effort to capture Qi ancestor alive. What is the reason? Qi ancestor is heaven refining demon Venerable's strongest clone. Maybe it is to restrain Feng Yuan. I heard that fairy charming soul modified Bo Qing so long ago. Even though the clone is convenient, it is also a huge weakness of the main body. The other celestial court Gu immortals watched as Qi ancestor was brought to the entrance of the celestial court. They conversed. Don't even think about it. At this time, a venerable flew down from the sky. He wore a white robe. His black hair was fluttering. His eyes were dark and deep. His expression was filled with anger and killing intent. It was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan placed his hand on Meng Qiuzhan's shoulder, maintaining reverse flow protection seal as he attacked. Immortal killer move. Permetha Dragon Snake, Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind. Fog rumbled, dragons and snakes roared, forming a terrifying attack. It was like a grand heavenly river was pouring down, targeting Qi ancestor. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not care about anything and wanted to kill her strongest clone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was following closely behind, had a grim expression. Feng Yuan, you are truly ruthless. You did not even hesitate to kill me. It is a pity that I am here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped her secluded domain of heaven and earth. She stretched out her 10 fingers and pointed. Because of the fast speed, a series of finger shadows appeared. Rainbow lights condensed from the finger shadows. They were all blue in color. They were extremely dazzling like crystals. Feng Yuan's soul fog was cut by the blue rainbow lights. It quickly crumbled. The remaining power was blocked by embroidered tower. The remaining wisps reached Qi ancestor, but were protected by Star Constellation chessboard. Star Constellation, you? Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk. He re-evaluated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In their previous fights, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had never used such a method. It was not that she did not have it, but she did not choose to use it. She had been concealing her strength all along. Qi ancestor's clone was sealed. Feng Yuan's counterattack was within Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted with all her strength. Feng Yuan could not make any progress. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to deal with Qi ancestor and imprison him, she would definitely be obstructed by Feng Yuan. It would be difficult for her to succeed. But by the same logic, Qi ancestor was already imprisoned. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative. It would be easier for her to obstruct Feng Yuan's rescue. Eventually, under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's obstruction and protection, Qi ancestor was successfully brought into Celestial Court. Master's revival. There is finally hope. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart was lifted. She could not help but feel joy. The three Venerables faced off. Under the situation of spectral soul palm heaven, Giant Sun and Feng Yuan only had one choice. That was to continue fighting and wait for an opportunity to suppress them, while at the same time developing their own strength and starting an arms race. But for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a better choice. That was to revive other Venerables. In the history of Celestial Court, there had been 3 generations of Immortal Kings, including Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It could be said that it had nurtured 4 Venerables. But now, out of the 11 Venerables, came from Celestial Court, this was a huge number. Because other than them, there were no other super forces that had nurtured Venerables. Celestial Court was the number 1, and also the only super force. As long as they could revive a Venerable, Celestial Court would have a huge advantage. Red Lotus could not be considered for now. Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus were both good choices for reviving. According to star constellation Immortal Venerable's investigation, Primordial Origin and Genesis Lotus both had two revival paths, but they were hidden very deeply. Genesis Lotus Self-Portrait and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Celestial Court Secret Treasury needed time to find clues. It would be troublesome if they delayed. But Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had another way to revive. That was the Chi Harvest Fruit. Celestial Court's Chi Harvest Fruit created Chi Si Ancestor. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to imprison Chi Si and force Primordial Origin's revival to continue. This way, killing Chi Si Ancestor would not work. She could only capture him alive and preserve the Chi Harvest Fruit. It was very difficult to capture a pseudo-venerable alive. Against a venerable, Chi Si Ancestor could even resist one or two moves. He was not completely defenseless. This was because he had the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Hu Land, while star constellation Immortal Venerable lacked the rank 9 Immortal Gu of Wisdom Path and Star Path. Moreover, Feng Yuan had a lot of experience. He had a crafty and sinister nature. He paid attention to the safety of his clones. He kept them in his immortal aperture and rarely sent them out. If star constellation Immortal Venerable personally made a move, it would be too grand. She would be obstructed by Feng Yuan before she could make a move. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable planned this from the start. Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was a clear disadvantage, but it was an advantage if she used it well. Star constellation Immortal Venerable set up the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. One reason was to calculate and increase the cultivation efficiency of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Another reason was to use it as bait to conceal her methods and deal with Chi Si Ancestor. Next, star constellation Immortal Venerable used Lin Jianqing's strength to obtain a crucial method to deal with Chi Si Ancestor. At the same time, she also left a flaw that was neither big nor small, to show weakness. All these preparations were not enough. Heaven Path Dream Realm. This was a fortuitous encounter for Feng Yuan, but for star constellation Immortal Venerable, was it not a fortuitous encounter as well? As long as she used the enemy's fortuitous encounter properly, it could be her own fortuitous encounter. Feng Yuan will definitely come. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable discovered the Heaven Path Dream Realm, she understood Feng Yuan's intentions. She could not do anything about the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Feng Kim Hong had not matured yet, but star constellation Immortal Venerable could use the Heaven Path Dream Realm as bait. The truth was, even if Feng Kim Hong matured, star constellation Immortal Venerable would be hesitant to use her. Feng Kim Hong's father was Feng Jiaga. The latter had an unclear relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Feng Kim Hong obtained Dream Wings Immortal Gu's origin. This was clearly the treatment of a great dream seed. And the so-called Great Dream Immortal Venerable was the plan of Providence when Fate Gu was still around. Could such a person be used? Especially at such a crucial moment? But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not expect Feng Yuan to move so quickly. Since he is so fast, Feng Yuan must have great strength. Before the battle started, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already guessed this secret. Thus, when Feng Yuan continued to expose his strength in the battle, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not as surprised as she showed on the surface. Feng Yuan has modified so many methods and has a new killer move. It is very likely that he will obtain Wisdom Gu again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stood in front of the entrance of Celestial Court, turning around to face Feng Yuan. This number 1 Wisdom Path person was covered in sparkling starlight. She had a smile on her face. Feng Yuan, do you dare to enter Heavenly Court for a chat? Saying so, star constellation Immortal Venerable floated backwards, crossing the Immortal Aperture's entrance and entering Celestial Court. The entrance of Celestial Court was still wide open. Feng Yuan stopped in his tracks. He snorted coldly, activating killer moves again and again. First was by Lie Dragon Snake, Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind, followed by Year Shocking Dream Turbulent Soul Sound. But star constellation Immortal Venerable blocked them easily. Using the countless Wisdom Path Dao marks in Celestial Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable's strength rose sharply. Feng Yuan's expression was extremely dark. He snickered. Star constellation is truly the #1 wisdom path person. You are truly amazing. Why don't we make a hostage transaction? Fang Yuan, you are empty-handed. Who can you trade with? Fang Yuan raised his arms, saying loudly. At this moment, Central Continent's men, women, children, immortals, mortals, fools, they are all my hostages. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and sighed. She had clearly expected this. She had a complex expression on her face. There was helplessness, guilt, determination, anger, and so on. She opened her mouth, but her expression turned cold as she said to Fang Yuan, "Then go?" Chapter 23:57. Then you can go. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's words almost caused the atmosphere between the two venerables to freeze. Fang Yuan could not help but mock. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, Celestial Court Immortal King. A super force indeed. Great Celestial Court, the leader of humanity. But soon, he squinted his eyes, his expression turned grim. No. If it is just for my clone, even if he has Chi-Si. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, what is your intention? Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not speak. Her figure flickered like a star as she disappeared into the Immortal Aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and anxiety gradually appeared on his face. Fang Yuan turned around and descended from spectral heaven, arriving above Central Continent and entering the battlefield. He tried to capture the members of Celestial Court, but these Gu immortals had already committed suicide. They would all revive in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Fate Gu was destroyed. There was a lot of potential in reviving by suicide. Celestial Court had many methods. One was the Phantom Aperture. When the Gu immortal died, the Phantom Aperture would return. There were very few losses. The other side's Gu immortal would intentionally commit suicide. The immortal Gu would be returned to them through jewel yellow skies. Right now, Celestial Court had already developed this into an outstanding battle tactic. It was very difficult to prevent a Gu immortal from escaping at the same cultivation level. At the very least, there needed to be an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield killer move to trap the target. Preventing a Gu immortal from committing suicide was naturally much more difficult than preventing them from escaping. If they wanted to die, what could they do? However, with Zhan Budu and Wu Shui restraining them, there were still some Gu immortals who were still fighting. Fang Yuan's main body descended, bringing despair to these Central Continent Gu immortals. He did not hold back. He waved his sleeves and suppressed these Gu immortals. He did not massacre them. He captured them all. He captured more than 10 Central Continent Gu immortals, but not a single member of Celestial Court, including Li Xiaobai. Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not make a move. Fang Yuan's main body's expression became increasingly ugly. He thought for a moment, then immediately flew towards Feihe Mountain. Flying Crane Mountain of Zhongzhou State was the foundation of Crane Gate. Not only was this mountain a super resource point, but it was also the public blessed land of Crane Gate. Fang Yuan was currently at the center of the Starry Sky actuarial array. The closest superpower to him was Crane Gate. However, when he arrived at the original location of the Flying Crane Mountain, the floating mountain range had completely disappeared. Fang Yuan's expression changed again because of this. He turned northwest and headed for the 10,000 Dragon Dock. Like the Crane Gate, the 10,000 Dragon Dock was one of the top 10 ancient sects in the Central Continent. The headquarters of the Myriad Dragon Dock was situated on an island in the middle of the Dragon Lake. When Fang Yuan arrived, the Dragon Lake and the Central Island were still there, but the public blessed land was empty. Fang Yuan went to Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, Wind Cloud Manor, Combat Immortal Sect, Spirit Affinity House, and Black Heaven Temple. All of their headquarters were empty, and there was no sign of anyone. Evidently, Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable Star Constellation had planned this long ago. She had made ample preparations to give up on Central Continent and retreat. Celestial Court. In Chi-Si Ancestor's mind. Chi-Si Ancestor could not move. The thoughts in his mind were suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. But the will left in Chi-Si ancestor's mind was still resisting stubbornly. Star constellation immortal venerable, you schemed well. After being imprisoned for a period of time, Chi-Si ancestor had already thought things through. Lin Jianxing's sword chi killer move was very effective against him. At first glance, it was because the sword chi was concealed and had chi path Dao marks. Chi-Si ancestor could not sense it when he activated the chi currents. But after analyzing it from a deeper level, Chi-Si ancestor was sure that the culprit was sword path Dao marks. Star constellation immortal venerable sensed Chi-Si ancestor's thoughts and said, "You are right, Lin Jianxing is different from others. He is an otherworldly demon, and all otherworldly demons carry otherworldly Dao marks with them. Thieving heaven demon Venerable carried otherworldly space path Dao marks. That was why the thieving heaven true inheritance space he created could stop the Venerables of the future. Inside crazed demon cave, a chaotic hole had once appeared. Thieving heaven used the otherworldly space path Dao marks as the main force to seal it. Chi-Si ancestor understood. It seems that Lin Jianxing has otherworldly sword path Dao marks on him. This move is likely to be effective against Venerables. Isn't it too wasteful to use it against my clone? Star constellation immortal venerable immediately revealed the truth behind the Chi harvest fruit and primordial origin immortal venerable's revival. Chi seas will shook intensely. So that's it. Star constellation immortal venerable. You had a plan long ago. Setting up the starry sky computation formation was a trap. Next, you used heaven path dream realms to lure me into attacking the starry sky computation formation. You were right after all. Star constellation immortal venerable said, as a wisdom path gu immortal, I naturally have a deep understanding of Feng Yuan's nature. Moreover, you are his most capable clone. There is a high chance that he sent you to attack the starry sky computation formation. Chi sees will sneered. In that case, you spent so much effort to capture me alive and bring me to celestial court. Did you deduce my main body's actions? Your Zhongzhou state is going to be finished. Ha ha ha. What a pity. If you refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks, you might be able to resist my main body. What a pity. What a pity. Star constellation immortal venerable's tone turned gloomy. My celestial court is the leader of the righteous path. It has been over 3 million years since we were established. Since ancient times until now, countless celestial court gu immortals have sacrificed their lives to protect the righteous path and humanity. Right now, many venerables are confronting each other. It is chaotic. It is even more severe and terrifying than the immemorial antiquity era when variant humans ruled the world. Central Continent's 4 battlegrounds have been confronting the other venerables for a long time. I, Star Constellation, am feeling increasingly powerless. I can only focus on the important matters and the big picture. Since I have already made this plan, I know Feng Yuan's reaction. Now that my plan has succeeded, my Central Continent's people and countless living beings will suffer from Feng Yuan's terrifying revenge. However, as long as primordial origin immortal venerable revives, my celestial court will have 2 venerables. The situation of the 5 regions will change drastically. Everyone knows that the demonic path is free and unrestrained, but they do not know that protecting the righteous path requires even more courage and responsibility. I, Star Constellation, have sinned. In order to gain an advantage in the righteous path, I sacrificed countless living beings. I am deeply sinful, but I am willing to bear this mountain of sin. I only ask for more hope for the future, for humanity, and for the righteous path. The truth is, Divine Emperor City already has a record of popularity. In the future, together with the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, we will have even greater power to revive them. I swear, no matter how many humans Feng Yuan slaughters now, as long as I have a trace of strength in the future, I will do my best to revive them. If I go against this oath, let me, Star Constellation, never be human again. Chi-Si ancestor was stunned by these words. Even as an enemy, he could not help but admire Star Constellation immortal venerable's courage, responsibility, and decisiveness. Oh, Lady Star Constellation immortal venerable. Sob, sob, sob. We were too shallow. We were still holding grudges against you earlier. Everything is for righteousness. How can we compromise because of Demon Venerable's threat and revenge? This is not kindness, it is weakness. That's right, if we compromise this time, we will compromise again and again in the future. We are the backbone of Central Continent's righteous path. How can we bow down to Feng Yuan? The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects gathered together. They heard the entire conversation between star constellation Immortal Venerable and Qi Si's will. Their emotions surged. Many of them shed hot tears on the spot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Qi Si ancestor to explain to them personally the resentment, confusion, anger, and so on that were hidden in their hearts earlier vanished. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were filled with reverence towards star constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as the confidence and courage to defend the righteous path. But at the next moment, a Gu immortal shouted, "Oh no! Heaven Refining Demon Venerable released news from Jewel Yellow Skies. He said that we captured Qi Si ancestor to create the Qi harvest fruit and revive primordial origin Immortal Venerable." Everyone was in a commotion. Many people immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies before someone scolded loudly. Feng Yuan is such a despicable scoundrel. He even recorded the scene of star constellation Immortal Venerable rejecting his threat. He made a recording of it and played it in Jewel Yellow Skies. He is trying to disrupt the people of Central Continent and attack the reputation of our celestial court. There is a traitor. There might be Feng Yuan's spy among us. Otherwise, how could he know the truth? Someone shouted, mentioning the possibility of a spy. The Gu immortals became even more uneasy. Many Gu immortals requested for star constellation Immortal Venerable to investigate everyone. But star constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head. Everyone, don't be anxious. I personally escorted Qi Si ancestor this time. Feng Yuan was already suspicious of me because of how important this was. Venerables are not easy to deceive. It is normal for him to see through us. Even though Feng Yuan does not have evidence, he might not be sure himself, but he purposely released this news to attract Giant Sun Immortals Alliance. But it is fine. I will stay in Celestial Court and not go out. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul work together, they will not be able to obstruct the plan to revive primordial origin Immortal Venerable. As long as we do not waver and stay here, Feng Yuan and the rest will not be able to do anything. The immortals heard this and their eyes shined. They praised star constellation Immortal Venerable's unparalleled wisdom. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was truly experienced. Even if there were Feng Yuan spies among the immortals, she did not intend to investigate them. Investigate what? The morale of the people was low now. When Feng Yuan massacred Central Continent, the morale would be even higher. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not wait to deal with the morale of the people. There was no need to panic. Furthermore, star constellation Immortal Venerable was not afraid of any spies. Even if Feng Yuan, Giant Sun, and Spectral Soul attacked together, star constellation Immortal Venerable was confident in protecting Celestial Court. This was the benefit of having the support of the main base. No matter how many people Feng Yuan slaughtered, no matter how pitiful Central Continent was, as long as star constellation Immortal Venerable revived primordial origin, it would be a huge victory. Just like earlier, no matter how pathetic Feng Yuan was against Giant Sun and Star Constellation Alliance, as long as he succeeded in exploring the Dream Realm, he would be the true victor. In fact, back in Crazed Demon Cave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already made preparations to revive primordial origin. During the contest for Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had purposely gathered Qi Path and Wood Path. Thus, once Primordial Origin was revived, he would be able to absorb Qi Path. Even if he did not reach Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, he would be close. What Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worried about were Immortal Gu. Even if Primordial Origin revived, without suitable Immortal Gu, he could not display his full strength. This was like the current star constellation, Giant Sun, and the rest. They did not have suitable rank 9 Immortal Gu. They also had brand new rank 9 Immortal Apertures. They were far from their peak state in the previous life. Right now, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi Immortal Gu are in Qi Si. There is also the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Hu Land. Together with the human chi, immortal goo, and others that were left in Celestial Court, Master already has half of his chi path goo worms. It is a huge pity that he does not have rank 9 chi path immortal goo. But what if he has them in Primordial Origin's secret treasury? After Master revives, he can open the secret treasury himself. I won't need to spend so much effort to find clues about Primordial Origin's secret treasury. Star constellation Immortal Venerable planned quietly. Chapter 2358. Profound Jade Snake Cave was a famous super resource point in Central Continent. It belonged to one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heaven's Envy Manor. Profound Jade Snake Cave's yearly production of resources was among the top 5 in Central Continent. There were many types of resources, including Enslavement Path, Transformation Path, Earth Path, Dark Path, Space Path, and Poison Path. Profound Jade Snake Cave had a vast number of poisonous creatures. Profound Jade Snakes were the overlords among them. They specialized in dealing with poisonous creatures. Every Profound Jade Snake was an immemorial desolate beast. They were born from jade and had no scales. They were light green like jade and emitted a pure fragrance. The most precious creature in Profound Jade Snake Cave was the Profound Jade Snake. It was not easy to find one. Not only because the Profound Jade Snake was small and quiet, but also because Profound Jade Snake Cave's terrain was complex. There were countless caves, and because it contained space path downmarks, there were often large caves inside small caves that were layered together. Even though Heaven's Envy Manor had this super resource point and set up an immortal formation, they did not have complete control over it. Every year, to capture the Profound Jade Snakes, Heaven's Envy Manor had to send many Gu immortal experts into Profound Jade Snake Cave to explore. But for Feng Yuan now, it was not so troublesome. Rise. After preparing for a while, Feng Yuan activated his killer move. At the next moment, the ground shook. The entire Profound Jade Snake Cave rose into the sky from the rumbling dust. Under Feng Yuan's method, it shrunk and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. This was Feng Yuan's 11th super resource point. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. If you don't hand over my clone, I will take all of Central Continent's major resource points. Feng Yuan did not forget to threaten her. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move. She was clearly determined to defend Celestial Court and revive Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. She would not be shaken by the outside world. Feng Yuan snorted coldly as he continued to attack. He arrived at the source of falling heavenly river. This river fell from the sky. The endless river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling of the water flow was like thunder. A huge amount of water vapor was produced, forming a thick fog that shrouded the surroundings. This river was formed because Bo Qing was trying to break through to the 9th transformation realm. Not only had the falling heavenly river created an inland ocean, but the river water had also opened up a path, forming the longest river that traversed the Central Continent. It slanted across the entire Zhongzhou state and eventually flowed out of the eastern part of the Zhongzhou state toward the East Sea. Even with the merging of the two heavens, it only slightly weakened the scale of the falling heavenly river. It was still vast and majestic, a magnificent sight to behold. After collecting the mysterious Jade Snake Cave, Feng Yuan arrived at the source of the falling heavens river. I'll take it. Feng Yuan made his move. After a short while, the size of the falling heavenly river had shrunk by 60%. This 60% of falling heavenly river was kept into the sovereign immortal aperture by Feng Yuan. If the water level of the inland ocean at the source of the falling heavenly river dropped by several thousand feet, the water level of the middle and lower reaches of the falling heavenly river would definitely plummet, exposing the riverbed. This would negatively affect the vegetation, crops, temperature, and the lives of mortals around the river. Feng Yuan quickly left the falling heavenly river and arrived at the Spirit Marsh Spring. This was a super resource point controlled by Ancient Soul Sect. Ancient Soul Sect had once sent Yang Feng to guard this place, but Sleeping Old Man succeeded. But now, Yang Feng had already entered Central Continent's Celestial Court with a large group of Ancient Soul Sect's people. Feng Yuan easily broke the immortal formation and took away the Spirit Marsh Spring. After the Spirit Marsh Spring was the Pot River. This river was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of central continent. The willows were green by the riverside. The wind was warm. The water of the pot river always flowed gently like a beautiful song. The melody was gentle and melodious. There were many pot grasses growing in the river. Wind Cloud Manor controlled the pot river and held a pot river ceremony every year. But not long after, Feng Yuan moved the entire pot river into his immortal aperture. Even if there was a pot river ceremony in the future, it could only be held in the sovereign immortal aperture. After the pot river ceremony was Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave had once imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Dizongxing. There were a large number of enslavement path and rule path Dao marks here, as well as the remnant immortal formation that the celestial court had set up. It had great reference value for most formation path Gu immortals. After Hidden Dragon Cave entered the sovereign immortal aperture, it was Lake Heart Mountain's turn. This was the headquarters of Spirit Affinity House. To be chosen by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent as their base, it was naturally a place of great talents. Lake Heart Mountain itself was a super resource point. It not only contained Secret Inheritance Peak, Mini Frost Peak, Passion Peak, Fierce Flame Peak, Heavenly Flower Peak, and other peaks. It also had Fairy Life Tablet Rooms, Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formations, and other facilities. Of course, the Life Tablet Goo and the Fairy Life Tablet Rooms were taken away, and the Immortal Goo and the Time Path Cultivation Immortal Formation were also taken away. But most of these facilities were still intact. They could be used after some repairs. Soon, Lake Heart Mountain became a scene in the sovereign immortal aperture. After Lake Heart Mountain was Mountain Tortoise Valley, then Prison Valley, Red River Beach, 100 Knot Forest, Phosphorescence River, Earth Chi Stone Forest, Quiet Rain Valley. Feng Yuan plundered wantonly without any restraints. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had retreated. While star constellation Immortal Venerable guarded the celestial court, Feng Yuan had no resistance. His efficiency in plundering was extremely high. If someone like Giant Sun Immortal wanted to relocate these resource points, they could only use luck path or blood path methods to imitate other paths and relocate them painstakingly. Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. His Dao marks did not conflict. He could use all sorts of methods. For moving caves, Earth Path was naturally the most suitable method. For plundering forests, Wood Path was naturally the most suitable method. And more importantly, Feng Yuan had many immortal goo. He had a huge reserve of them. Not mentioning rank 9 immortal goo. Rank 8 immortal goo were as easy to refine as drinking water. Resource points after resource points were taken by him. The essence of Central Continent was being plundered greedily by him. He did not show any signs of satiation. There were still some resource points that Feng Yuan could not obtain for the time being. For example, Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was too huge. Feng Yuan could not move the entire mountain range in a short period of time. He could move 1 or 2 mountains very quickly, but the mountain range spanned across the continent. It was not something that 1 or 2 mountains could compare to. Another example was Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain once had infallible blessed land. Feng Yuan was the first to go there, but it was destroyed by the Celestial Court. There was also Reincarnation Battlefield. This was a battlefield killer move that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally set up. It left its name in history. It was publicly recognized as the #1 battlefield killer move in history. Feng Yuan inspected it for a while before leaving. It was not that he could not take it, he just needed to inspect it and deduce it. This consumed a lot of time and energy, and the exact amount of time was hard to estimate. Feng Yuan was very experienced in plundering. He moved very efficiently. He left 40% of Falling Heavenly River behind, not because he was willing to, but because he had to expend a lot of time and energy. Rather than wasting it here, he might as well plunder other places. Central Continent fell into an unprecedented turmoil. Even during the Fate War, it was not this chaotic and turbulent. During the Fate War, it was mainly a battle between Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had to abide by their rules. But now, the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals had retreated. They guarded the Celestial Court to the death. Central Continent had become a defenseless place. Feng Yuan did not conceal his plundering and relocation of resource points. Every time he did it, It would cause a huge commotion. Everyone's hearts were moved. Venerables eat the meat. We can drink the soup, right? Even if it is just a mouthful of soup, it will be enough for us to drink. This is Central Continent. The 10 great ancient sects Gu immortals have all left. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's too rare. The 5 regional walls no longer existed. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions started to move. Next were Central Continent's few demonic path Gu immortals, lone immortals, and finally Central Continent's righteous path Gu immortals. Central Continent's righteous path did not just consist of the 10 great ancient sects. There were also many super forces like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, Lightning Information Sect, Evil Expelling Sect, and others. Of course, these righteous path forces acted in the name of protecting Central Continent and helping the Celestial Court. These people naturally did not dare to appear in front of Feng Yuan, but Central Continent was huge. There were many resource points. Many resource points were not important to Feng Yuan, or were placed at the back of the plundering plan. These places were the stage for the Gu immortals. The sovereign immortal aperture was also in chaos. The Gu immortals were extremely busy. There had never been such a large scale of resource points being moved in. This was simply like a surging tide. It was endless. Most importantly, super resource points were everywhere. They occupied the majority. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals were extremely shocked. Master is mighty. He plundered the whole of Central Continent. This is the might of a venerable. This is Lord Feng Yuan. Very good. Now that Lord Qixi has been taken by star constellation Immortal Venerable, even if primordial origin Immortal Venerable revives successfully, his gains will be a barren Central Continent. The first ring of Wind Vein has been completed. The second ring of Light Vein has been completed. The first ring of Dark Path has been completed. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was very different from the outside world of the 5 regions. All sorts of Dao veins were rapidly built: Metal Path, Light Path, Dark Path, Poison Path, Rule Path, Enslavement Path, Transformation Path. The Gu immortals worked through the night. After squeezing out all their energy, they continued to move towards the Liver Life Immortal Hall. Often, people would burn their liver to the limit, but it was not a problem. Many healing halls had been built in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At once, many Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were like UZ. They had saltwater livers. A person would not get rich without a windfall. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. Feng Yuan's no-cost business allowed his Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development to reach an unprecedented efficiency. Central Continent was a land of war, but it was also a land with abundant resources. It was second only to Eastern Sea in the 5 regions. Eastern Sea had many water path resources, but Central Continent's resources were plentiful and comprehensive. They were not biased. Central Continent had been developed by the Celestial Court for over 3 million years. Its development had reached the limit. Almost every immortal level resource point was taken. These became Feng Yuan's targets for plundering. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, many Dao veins were constructed in one go. This was a great help in stabilizing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Thus, even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture annexed so many resource points, because of the completion of the Dao veins, it was more stable than before. With this foundation, Feng Yuan started to collect the primordial domain in Jewel Yellow Skies. He also started to annex blessed lands everywhere. He had always kept the primordial domain in Jewel Yellow Skies. He finally stopped concealing it. He started to absorb it all. There were many blessed lands all over Zhengzhou State. For example, flowing silver blessed land that was exposed due to the Qi tides, or Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land that Feng Yuan gave up after obtaining them. Chapter 2359. Star Constellation. Are the rumors in Jewel Yellow Skies true? Giant Sun Immortal fought with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only replied perfunctorily. This is Feng Yuan's scheme. He is using it to make use of your determination. Giant Sun Immortal dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's counterattack as he probed. Right now, Feng Yuan is plundering Central Continent. Why is Star Constellation not stopping him? If you are willing to give up Central Continent's resources, why don't you join me to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Weren't you the one who wanted to eliminate Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, however, refused. Giant Sun, do your best. After I heal my injuries, I will help you. Giant Sun Immortal could only sigh. Truly a formidable star constellation Immortal Venerable. Good plan, good plan. As a Venerable, after seeing that star constellation Immortal Venerable captured Chi-Si Ancestor and hid in Celestial Court without leaving, she even gave up Central Continent's resources and summoned the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects back to Celestial Court. He had already guessed the truth. What else could make the Grand Celestial Court, the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, be willing to make such a sacrifice? The only way was to revive the Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal could only retreat. He did not fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable anymore. He transmitted to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, I cannot lure Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out. The revival of the primordial beginning immortal was a foregone conclusion. Alas, now that I think about it, there were traces of this long ago. Do you still remember the battle in Crazed Demon Cave? Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I worked together to suppress you, but we made a mistake and lost the opportunity. At that time, it was you who used Chi-Si Ancestor to block her, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to go easy on her. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, replying, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in history. It is normal for my wisdom path attainment to be inferior to her. Moreover, what was the point of saying all this now? The only way to turn the situation around is if you and I join hands and attack the Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal stopped attacking and only dodged Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, pulling apart the distance between them as he pondered. He furrowed his brows and thought quickly. From the looks of it, he was the biggest loser in the Heavenly Dao Dream Realm battle. Feng Yuan obtained the Heaven Path Dream Realm but lost Chi-Si Ancestor's clone, but he also plundered a lot of Central Continent's resources. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed Central Continent's resources, she captured Chi-Si Ancestor's clone. Once Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, she would be the biggest winner of this battle. Even if all the creatures in Zhongzhou State were slaughtered by Feng Yuan, it was still a profit. The addition of another supremacy would change the entire situation. No matter how much Zhongzhou State lost in resources and manpower, it was only a quantitative change. These were two completely different concepts. Even a fool knew what to do. As long as the two venerables of the Celestial Court worked together, they could easily suppress Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was impossible for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun, or Spectral Soul to refine natural Dao marks. Because once the two venerables of the Celestial Court attacked, anyone could only retreat in defeat. They could not refine Dao marks for a long period of time. Conversely, the Celestial Court only needed to send one venerable to harass them, while the other could easily refine the Dao marks. As time passed, the Celestial Court's advantage grew. After refining the natural Dao marks of the 5 regions, there was basically no space for other venerables to move around. Of course, in this situation, Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul would definitely work together. But could their combined strength compare to the combined strength of the Celestial Court's venerables? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He still had to rely on Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan to work together. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself had no confidence in this. This was clearly not possible. Be it tacit cooperation or the difference in ideals, these differences would be magnified in a battle of life and death. Not just that, there was also the 3rd-generation Immortal King of the Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Once 2 venerables revive, the difficulty of reviving the 3rd Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable would plummet to rock bottom. Thus, the Celestial Court has reached the most crucial turning point. Giant Sun Immortal was very clear about this fact. This was like when Feng Yuan refined Gu earlier. He suffered the backlash of the venerable luck. As long as he could endure it, there would be a qualitative change. After gaining the upper hand, no matter what he did, the difficulty would be much lower than before. The reason why the Venerables were in a stalemate was because they had either just revived or advanced to Venerable. They were on the same starting line, or rather, the gap between them was very small. But if another Venerable from the Celestial Court revived, this stalemate would be broken. Even if Giant Sun and Feng Yuan worked together, they could not match the Celestial Court. If I cannot stop star constellation Immortal Venerable, this might be the moment when the Celestial Court regains its dominance over the world and defeats the other Venerables. Based on this understanding, after Qi Si was brought into the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal's stance changed. He contacted Feng Yuan and set up a plan to disguise himself and continue to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity that star constellation Immortal Venerable can see through people's thoughts. I cannot deceive her. If star constellation Immortal Venerable was in Central Continent, Giant Sun would still have hope. After all, star constellation Immortal Venerable had the geographical advantage of Central Continent. She would not be as strong as she was in the Celestial Court. But now that star constellation Immortal Venerable was holed up, Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything. Those who were good at fighting would not have outstanding achievements. At the crucial moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not try to expand her gains. She was also not affected by the reputation of the Celestial Court. She even bore the huge pressure of sacrificing and abandoning Central Continent's people. She made the correct choice. Luck inspection. Giant Sun Immortal was unwilling to give up. He used his luck inspection method again. The result of the inspection disappointed him. The luck of the Celestial Court surpassed everyone else. It was even showing signs of increasing. Be it Giant Sun Immortal, Feng Yuan, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, their luck was suppressed by the Celestial Court. Other than that, Giant Sun Immortal did not see any huge changes that could affect the current situation. Giant Sun Immortal, what are you hesitating for? Feng Yuan urged again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Feng Yuan, we have lost this battle. Accept this reality. We will have to go through a lot of trouble to enter the Celestial Court. Even if we fight our way into the Celestial Court, even if we cooperate without any ill feelings or guard against each other, can we be star constellation Immortal Venerable's match? Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, we won't be able to do it. On the contrary, if we attack rashly, we will fall into star constellation Immortal Venerable's trap. Our strength will fall greatly. In my opinion, it's better to keep a useful body for the future. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He was displeased. You have not worked hard enough. How can I accept this reality? Star constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She could scheme against us so easily. In the future, with Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it will be even easier. What is the way to deal with Wisdom Path Gu Immortals? That is to eliminate them immediately. We cannot give Wisdom Path Gu Immortals time to make arrangements. Right now, our situation is the best proof. Giant Sun Immortal asked. Then, Feng Yuan, what do you think we should do now? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Plundering Central Continent and slaughtering all living beings. I don't believe star constellation Immortal Venerable can sit still. Even if she can, when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, there will only be a barren land. Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. This action was too cruel and demonic. It was not in line with his nature. Giant Sun Immortal had his reservations. If he did this, what if star constellation Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable retaliated and slaughtered the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains? What could he do? Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Feng Yuan is trying to lure me to stand on his side. If I participate in slaughtering Central Continent's living beings, there will be no way to resolve the conflict with the Celestial Court. My demonic path identity will be sealed. Without resolving the conflict, there would be no room to maneuver. In the future, the pressure of the two Venerables would be on Giant Sun Immortal's shoulders. And he was not as cold and ruthless as Feng Yuan. He could not ignore the safety of his subordinates. I have my headquarters in Longevity Heaven. Even if the three Venerables of the Celestial Court revive, I can defend my foundation. This is my bargaining chip. But Feng Yuan is all alone. He doesn't have a base. This is very disadvantageous to him. That is why he wants to drag me down with him. But if I do not participate in this, The celestial court will definitely target Feng Yuan in the future. I will have more time to cultivate. Everything is not set in stone yet. Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and rejected Feng Yuan's suggestion. But Giant Sun Immortal did not completely offend Feng Yuan. He said, I cannot bear to slaughter so many living beings. I advise you not to do it yourself. It is more suitable for someone else to do it. I will give him to you now. Coward, Feng Yuan scolded. You are just fishing for fame. Giant Sun Immortal was not angry. He could understand Feng Yuan's unwillingness and anger after being schemed against. He lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to Feng Yuan, and Feng Yuan landed in Central Continent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not like Giant Sun Immortal. He did not let down Feng Yuan's expectations. He left Spectral Heaven and went on a rampage after arriving in Central Continent. This was within Feng Yuan and Giant Sun's expectations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were severe, but he could use slaughtering living beings and hunting soul beasts to heal himself and increase his strength. He had done this in Spectral Heaven earlier. He was doing the same now. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been paying attention to the two Venerables' movements. When she saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtering all living beings in Central Continent, she sighed deeply. But when she saw Giant Sun Immortal leaving Central Continent and returning to Northern Plains, her eyes brightened and she felt joy in her heart. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals around her did not understand. Even if Giant Sun Immortal did not try to invade Celestial Court, he would at least plunder some resources in Central Continent, right? But he left just like that. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. She said to Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch, your actions back then were not in vain. You have already obtained the greatest effect. It turned out that Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to visit Celestial Court. His goal was to recruit him and make him the fourth-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. This plan failed and was even used by Giant Sun Immortal to secretly leave behind a luck path method in Celestial Court. During the Fate War, this luck path method was activated and caused severe losses to Celestial Court. But in fact, Golden Hooped Immortal Monarch's actions were not completely unaffected by Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's mind, Celestial Court was willing to recruit him and even hand over the position of leader to Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court could communicate and compromise with him. Chapter 2360. Hearing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's words, many Gu Immortals reacted. Now it seems that Giant Sun Immortal still has righteous path thoughts. He is indeed very different from Feng Yuan, be it in terms of actions or ideology. Feng Yuan is ruthless. He can casually sacrifice his subordinates and treat everyone as his tools. Giant Sun Immortal, however, does not do that. He is very protective of his subordinates and has deep familial ties. In my opinion, he has much more foresight than Feng Yuan. He knows that if he acts like Feng Yuan, he will have irreconcilable enmity with Celestial Court. There will be no reconciliation. He has already schemed to express his goodwill to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable in the future. In my opinion, this is all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended Celestial Court to the death. She watched as Feng Yuan plundered Central Continent. To speak the truth, I was quite indignant about it. But now, it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not give Giant Sun Immortal any hope. It was just this scheme that lured Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. The results were shocking. Sigh. I really should not have used my shallow understanding to try and fathom Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom. Chi-Si Ancestor's eyes were shut. He did not move. He floated in the air of Celestial Court like a statue. Above his head, Star Constellation chessboard slowly moved. A blue pillar of light shot out and enveloped him. After a while, Chi-Si Ancestor's Immortal Aperture's entrance opened, causing the Immortals to cheer. Next, Rank 8 Heaven Chi Immortal Gu flew out of Chi-Si's Immortal Aperture. Next was Earth Chi Immortal Gu, followed by all sorts of Chi Path Immortal Gu. The Immortals were shaken. Even though Chi-Si Ancestor is strong, In front of star constellation Immortal Venerable, he can only wait to be slaughtered. Self-detonating immortal goo is so easy, but Chi-Si Ancestor, this pseudo-venerable, is already completely under star constellation Immortal Venerable's control. Even self-detonating immortal goo is an extravagant hope. Once Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable revives, these Chi Path Immortal goo can help him recover most of his strength. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan is truly flawless. The Immortals exclaimed in admiration. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had clearly suppressed Chi-Si Ancestor completely. She controlled his mind and used her own thoughts to replace Chi-Si's thoughts. Thus, he could open the Immortal Aperture's entrance and suppress all the goo worms inside. Of course, these Chi Path goo worms belonged to Chi-Si Ancestor. They were filled with Chi-Si's will. It was much more difficult for star constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of these wills in immortal goo than controlling Chi-Si Ancestor's mind. Because these immortal goo did not have brains, to expel the Chi-Si will in them, the most effective way was to directly refine these Chi Path Immortal goo. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not intend to do that. She only suppressed these immortal goo and prevented them from self-destructing, leaving them for her master Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable to deal with in the future. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was a Chi Path goo cultivator. He could deal with these Chi Path Immortal goo better than Star Constellation. After all the immortal goo were taken out, it was Hu Lan's secluded domain of heaven and earth's turn. When Hu Lan appeared in front of the immortals, the celestial court burst into cheers. This was a Chi Path mystic realm of heaven and earth. Spoils of war comparable to rank 9 immortal goo. Chi-Si Ancestor was able to activate the killer move Hu Elevation because the core was Hu Land. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were hard to destroy. They were easier to obtain than immortal goo. Since star constellation Immortal Venerable could suppress Chi-Si Ancestor's immortal goo, it was only natural that she obtained Hu Land. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, even if Master did not leave any rank 9 immortal goo in Primordial Origin's secret treasury, he can use his Chi Path abilities. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was satisfied, but she did not forget to inspect these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Feng Yuan was vigilant, but she was also extremely vigilant. Even in the celestial court, she did not have any carelessness. After using all her methods to inspect over 100 times, star constellation Immortal Venerable confirmed that these immortal goo and the secluded domain of heaven and earth had no problems. Finally, star constellation Immortal Venerable placed these spoils of war into the immortal formation to suppress them. This was the final precaution. Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable after all. He might have some methods that star constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through. But if these spoils of war were suppressed in the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan's methods were activated, star constellation Immortal Venerable would sense it immediately and have enough time to counterattack. Even if I cannot see through Feng Yuan's methods, they are definitely not powerful and can be suppressed by the immortal formation alone. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was very confident in this aspect. She had even transacted immortal goo with Feng Yuan indirectly through He Fengyang. Was she not afraid that Feng Yuan would tamper with the immortal goo? Of course she had such concerns. But this concern was small. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was confident that she could see through Feng Yuan's tricks. If it were any other venerable, like Giant Sun Immortal, they would also have such confidence. This was not baseless confidence. Refinement path was simply too widespread. The advantage was that refinement path was developed too well. Many refinement path goo worms had the qualifications to advance to rank 9. But the disadvantage was that everyone knew refinement path and understood refinement path. Celestial Court had been operating for over 3 million years. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path venerable. How could she not know the refinement method of fake goo? In the mortal goo master world, such fakes were common. If Feng Yuan directly created fake goo, even if star constellation Immortal Venerable did not know refinement path, she would be able to see through it. Of course, if Feng Yuan was given enough time to develop, star constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to take the risk in this aspect. She would be extremely vigilant towards the immortal goo that Feng Yuan had. After Qi-Si ancestors' immortal goo and Hu land were taken out, star constellation Immortal Venerable took out some resource points from Qi-Si's immortal aperture. Most of the Qi path resource points in Qi-Si's immortal aperture were kept. The resource points that were moved out had one similarity: they had a lot of non-Qi path Dao marks. After doing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer moves. She created these wisdom path killer moves secretly. No one knew about them other than her. After more than 10 killer moves were used, Qi-Si ancestors' immortal aperture and mind crumbled. All sorts of Qi path resource points and his entire body turned back into Qi currents. A huge amount of Qi currents gathered together, forming the vague shape of the Qi harvest fruit. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. She used 3 killer moves consecutively to get rid of Qi-Si ancestors' will, thoughts, and remnant emotions contained in the Qi harvest fruit. Qi-Si ancestor's soul was taken out and imprisoned in the Immortal Goo House Soul Suppression Hall. This Immortal Goo House had once imprisoned spectral soul demon Venerable. It was a waste to imprison a Qi-Si soul. The Qi harvest fruit started to stabilize. Star constellation Immortal Venerable stopped using all sorts of wisdom path methods. She carefully moved star constellation chessboard away. Without star constellation Immortal Venerable's help, the Qi harvest fruit became clearer and more stable. After inspecting it for a while, star constellation Immortal Venerable relaxed a little. Like she expected, the Qi harvest fruit was already connected to Primordial Origins method. Her external help was no longer needed. She could not continue to interfere in case her good intentions led to bad results. After all, there were conflicting Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path and star path, not Qi path. The best way was for Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable to continue using his method and revive on his own. It has been 3 million years, but Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method is still effective. This is truly admirable. It's done. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival is just around the corner. It was my fault. Qin Dingling, who had just revived, had an ashamed expression. If I had not been foolish and lured Qi-Si ancestor here to harvest the Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would have been the first Venerable to revive. The Immortals consoled her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also glanced over. Qin Dingling, don't blame yourself too much. You are not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Feng Yuan is crafty and sly. He had deceived everyone in the world. It is normal that you could not deduce Qi-Si ancestors' true identity. Even I can make mistakes. Knowing your mistakes is the best way to change for the better. We should learn from our mistakes and work hard to move forward. That is what we should do. We will remember Immortal Venerable's advice. The Immortals replied in unison with solemn expressions. The Qi harvest fruit soon grew to the size of a mountain. Qi-Si ancestors' Qi path foundation was transformed into the Qi harvest fruit. The stabilized Qi harvest fruit was even larger than the one that Feng Yuan had transformed earlier. As time passed, the Qi harvest fruit continued to grow. If it were in the past, the Celestial Court Immortals would be even more terrified. But now, the Immortals looked at the Qi harvest fruit with anticipation. Primordial Origins revival process, which was interrupted by Feng Yuan, was continued by star constellation Immortal Venerable. But not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. She acutely sensed that the Qi harvest fruit's growth was slowing down. There seems to be something wrong. She hurriedly checked. The entire investigation process was done very carefully. 2 forceful investigative killer moves would affect Primordial Origins revival process. The Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks that she refined were of great help to her. Soon, star constellation Immortal Venerable found out the reason. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind many methods in the Celestial Court. Most of them were related to revival. For example, the Primordial Qi Wall. Master's plan should be to perfectly use the Qi harvest fruit produced by the Qi tides to revive himself. The Qi path methods set up in the Celestial Court are the backup. When the Qi harvest fruit is slightly lacking, these Qi path methods will be used to replenish the Qi harvest fruit. However, because of the previous battles, these chi path methods were greatly damaged, causing the current chi harvest fruit's growth to be lacking. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not know how to make these chi path methods return to their original state. But after thinking for a while, she thought of an ingenious way to avoid it. After all, the ultimate goal of these chi path methods was to provide the chi harvest fruit. Star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately ordered for all the chi path immortal materials in the celestial court's treasury to be deduced. Not long after, she obtained a chi path immortal formation with a pale expression and sweat all over her body. The foundation of a chi path immortal formation was Primordial Origin's chi path methods. The immortal formation was soon completed under star constellation Immortal Venerable's personal arrangements. Next, star constellation Immortal Venerable placed a large number of chi path immortal materials into the immortal formation. The immortal formation activated. The chi path immortal formation was crushed. It was first turned back into chi currents before being compressed into one stream that was injected into the channel of Primordial Origin's chi path reverse filling chi harvest fruit. With this help, the chi harvest fruit grew rapidly again. However, good times did not last. The chi path immortal materials in the celestial court were expended too quickly. They were about to run out soon. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.